Dematerialization by C. Mason. From the Black Cat Magazine, November 1916. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. It is a simple matter to dematerialize a body by cremation. In this case, a man locks a good, healthy girl in a bank vault for 2 hours and tries to send her soul into the infinite with the aid of soft music instead of fire. Dematerialization by C. Mason. A fair young thing with tender blue eyes entered Woodworth's office and calmly seated herself. A glance at her portfolio impelled him to seek refuge in the cool brick vault of his neighbor across the passage, Barker, who called himself a banker. But the lady barred the way. "No," he said desperately, without waiting to be interrogated. "I don't want to subscribe for a history of the war, nor the lives of the candidates, nor picturesque anything." "But, honored sir," replied the mild, simple, and rather simpering young person, "I do not ask you to subscribe for anything, unless, indeed, you would honor me by taking a ticket." "Ticket nothing," again interrupted Woodworth. "I've no leisure for amusements. My time is all taken up with my profession and science." "Ah, that's what drew me hither," beamed the beautiful girl. "I perceive by your sign that you are a lawyer, and I have heard that you are a member, a prominent one, of the Psychical Research Society. In one or both capacities, I think you can do me an inestimable service." Woodworth, touched at the two vulnerable points, unbent. "You see, kind sir," she continued, "I'm a materialized spirit. My manager, Mr. Shockton, who is stopping at the hotel, here is his card, called me forth from the spirit world by mistake for Martha Washington, with whom I was contemporaneous." Woodworth had noticed the antique style and courtly bearing of his visitor. "He delayed so long in endeavoring to correct his error," she went on, "that instead of remaining in the misty, indistinct form in which spirits are preferably presented, I became as thoroughly substantial as when I was before on earth, 146 years ago." "Upon my word, young lady, or venerable dame," the lawyer corrected with halting courtesy, "this is a very extraordinary statement. Do you not know that you render yourself liable for prosecution for obtaining money under false pretenses when you attempt to sell a ticket on such a tale as that?" She smiled trustingly. "No, sir, I do not know that. Indeed, I am only beginning to learn the strange things of your wonderful century, but I like them very much. Through my familiarity with the distaff and spindle, the needle and quill pen will no longer afford me a livelihood. I have an ardent longing to learn the sewing machine or the typewriter and become a new woman. I am most anxious to resume the life prematurely cut short in 1770, in my 18th year, when I died from what was erroneously diagnosed as a quinsy. I have reason to believe that, had I been properly treated for diphtheria with an antitoxin serum, I should have lived to a good old age." "What is there to prevent you from doing so now?" asked Woodworth, touched and interested immeasurably by his singular client. "Because my master, for so I must call him, Mr. Shockton, who brought me from the other world, is determined to send me back. I heard that from mercenary motives he means to dematerialize me at his very next séance." Woodworth hurried through all the known legal processes, but neither habeas corpus ni extent, nor any other writ with which he was familiar, seemed a remedy against the peculiar form of extradition proposed by Shockton. Putting on his hat, he exclaimed, "You sit right there while I interview this tyrant, Miss—" "Amy Allwright was my name before," she answered sweetly. Finding the spiritual manager in his improvised office at the hotel, the lawyer addressed him by name, saying, "I warn you to desist from your persecution of my client, Miss Amy Allwright. She is perfectly satisfied with this mundane sphere, as the reporters call it, and intends to remain here. I shall take steps to enjoin you from making her the subject of further experimentation." Ticket, was Shockton's cordial response, thrusting out a card. $1, please. 7:30 this evening. We are going to dematerialize that chit this very night, and if it doesn't come off, call me all the liars you will. Next. "One moment, Mr. Shockton," said Woodworth severely. "I understand you to say that you intend to dematerialize, which I suppose means to disembody, to cause to disappear." "Into thin air, evaporate, vamoose," answered the medium in a businesslike tone. "Cause to disappear a person now living? That, my dear sir, is murder." "Wrong," replied Shockton. "Who is this girl? Where does she hail from? She's been dead 146 years. Can't kill a person twice, you know. What good is she anyway? She's way behind the times. Can't even sell a ticket to her own dematerialization." "Then you are determined to dematerialize the lady again?" demanded Woodworth, somewhat demoralized. "Sure. Come and see for yourself. Take a ticket, and one for your wife." "I shall certainly come, with the police. You insist on making this preposterous experiment?" "Fact. But tell you what I'll do. You may take the young woman, lock her up, do anything you like with her, and I'll bet you a cool 100 I'll dematerialize her all the same." Woodworth clutched at this proposition. He began to see a way out. The Psychical Research Society was hastily summoned in special session, and Amy Allwright was introduced to President Barker and the members. Her frankness and timidity convinced the most skeptical among them that she, at least, was innocent of collusion with the medium. She appeared terribly to dread the threats of Shockton. "Oh, gentlemen," she pleaded, "put me underground. Put me in some strong place where it will be impossible to get at me. I am so tired of being a spirit. Don't let me be dematerialized again." Provided with a lunch from the hotel, wrapped in a napkin, she was smuggled into Barker's bank. It was dignified by that name in the village, and locked into its roomy old brick vault, and a committee signed an affidavit to that effect. Then all the psychical people attended Shockton's seance. It was very long and very mysterious. For 2 hours the audience, they could not be called spectators, sat in darkness, listening to soft music and waiting for Amy Allwright to appear. At last there came a gentle tapping. "Aha!" exclaimed Shockton. "She comes! Who goes there?" "The spirit of Mistress Amy Allwright, who died of quinsy in 1770. Are you in the flesh or in the spirit?" "A spirit, alas! Oh, woe is me!" "There you are, gentlemen," said Shockton, switching on the lights. "Now produce your Amy, if you can." The audience, led by the Psychical Research Committee, trooped back to Barker's bank. Heavens, the man had won his bet. Amy had dematerialized after all. So had the contents of the bank. The only material evidence remaining of the guileless girl and her work there were the crumbs of her luncheon, the napkin in which it had been wrapped, and a hotel table knife, snapped short off, which had served as a screwdriver. The big, old-style locks, with their screws, lay on the floor. The end of Dematerialization by C. Mason.
The Donnington Affair, Part 1 by Max Pemberton. This is a Librivox recording. All the Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Sean. The Donnington Affair, Part 1. My name is John Barrington Cope, and I had been priest in charge of the parish of Barrow in the Vale for 21 months. I last saw Evelyn Donnington alive on Sunday evening at 10:15. I had supped at Barrow Close, as it had been my privilege to do almost every Sunday evening since I came to the parish. The fact that my fiancée, Harriet Donnington, was and is at Bath made no difference. Sir Barrow Donnington has few friends. He is not a man who loves the society of other men, nor, for that matter, of women. It may be that I understand him a little better than his fellows. I am welcome at Barrow Close, and there is no other house which has a prior claim upon me. I saw Evelyn Donnington alive and well at 10:15 on the evening of Sunday last, the 24th day of July. She came to the porch with me to tell me of a letter she had received from Harriet on the previous day, and I said good night to her. The rectory stands perhaps the third part of a mile across the park, and is best reached by a bridle path through what is known as Adam's Thicket. The way is dark and shut in by the magnificent beeches for which Barrow is famous. I saw no living thing as I returned to the rectory, nor heard any sound that was ominous. 2 hours later, a footman from the close awakened me to say that Evelyn was dead. "Murdered, sir," he gasped, and without another word, he ran on headlong toward the doctor's house. I had fallen into a light sleep when this man's ring awakened me. There had been much trouble at Barrow Close since I came to the parish. The world is well acquainted with the nature of this, and knows much of the shame which has overtaken the Donnington family. Whatever sympathy it may have withheld from Sir Barrow Donnington himself, it has lavished freely upon his daughters. To me, Evelyn was already as a sister. I was to have married Harriet in September, though God knows what may be in store for us now. Men deride omens, though often they are but the mind's logic waging a war upon our optimism. Though the affair of Southby Donnington would appear to have been settled by his conviction and imprisonment, I dreaded from the first that such could not be the end of it. And it was of Southby Donnington, Sir Barrow's only son, that I had been dreaming when the footman awakened me. What a sardonic chapter in the history of human nature. An only son, a wealthy father. Upon the one side a profligacy, almost without parallel. Upon the other side of a parsimony, stupendous in its ironic selfishness. Southby Donnington was sent to Eton and to Trinity, Cambridge, as an army candidate. A disgraceful affair at a gambling den in London, with a subsequent appearance at a police court, finished his university career in his first term. He could not even pass the trivial examination now demanded for Sandhurst. He would suggest no other vocation. The man became a derelict in the dangerous seas of London's underworld. In vain his sisters pleaded with Sir Borrow. The baronet had finished with his son, a man of iron resolution which nothing could bend. He swore that Southby should never enter his house again. There followed the cataclysm. We heard of the boy's arrest in London upon a charge of forgery. He was committed for trial, defended with what money his sisters could supply him, sent to the Old Bailey, convicted. The sentence was one of 3 years' penal servitude. We learned that he had been taken to Wormwood Scrubs, and 9 months later that he was at Parkhurst. It is no place here to dwell upon the secrets of the stricken house or of the aftermath of this terrible downfall. Barrow Close is an old mansion lying between Ashdown Forest and Crowborough. It has always been remote from men and affairs, and there is no domain in all England so wonderful in its solitudes. All about it is the forest. The very park is primeval woodland. Here abounding in undergrowth, so thick that the foot of man might never have been set therein. There characterized by marshy pools and groves, where noonday is but a shimmer of reluctant light. Few were admitted to the house even in the days when Lady Donnington was its mistress. Since her death, it has become medieval in its isolation. The old baronet had nothing in common with his neighbors. His daughters were always afraid of him, and they go through life as if it were on tiptoe, fearing that if they speak above a whisper, they will awaken the curiosity of the world beyond their gates. It is true that Southby flouted the sanctities of this retreat despite the baronet's displeasure. Parties of wild undergraduates made the welkin ring during the vacations. The story of Evelyn and Harriet's beauty was not unknown in the courts at Cambridge. But few of the boys had the courage to persist, and I think that even Southby himself was astonished when Captain Willie Kennington appeared suddenly upon the scene as a suitor for Evelyn's hand, and was not to be repulsed even by Sir Borrow's savage discouragement. Captain Kennington had met Evelyn at her aunt's house in Kensington some 3 months before the downfall. Her womanly gifts should have made an appeal to any man who became well acquainted with them, and I do not wonder that the young soldier surrendered to the spell. Very simple in all her ideas, not a little afraid of the world, yet gifted with an imagination which years of solitary reading had stimulated, she seemed to be at once the woman and the child, wise above her years, yet afflicted by those ideals for which woman often pays so dearly. Fear of her father forbade the immediate acceptance of the soldier's advances, which her heart dictated. She returned to borrow clothes, and was followed there shortly by the captain himself. What was my astonishment to hear a few days later that Sir Borrow had refused all discussion of the matter, and in one of those violent paroxysms of temper with which neither God nor man could reason, had ordered the captain from his house. To give his due, Southby played a man's part in this affair. He interceded warmly for his sister, returning from South Africa for that purpose. The scene between father and son is remembered at the close as the culminating episode of an estrangement as discreditable to one as to the other. Passion dominated it, and set finality upon it. No word was spoken between these two men until the end. 3 months later, Southby was a convict, and I remained the one man who visited the baronet in the days of the shame. These are the events of 16 months ago. I have already disclaimed any intention of dwelling upon the intimate days of sorrow which followed after. The evil that men do lives after them, and while for the world the tragedy was but a 9 days' wonder, it lay heavily upon the house of Borrow. No longer did the old baronet receive the visits of the few friends hitherto admitted to the close. He shut the doors alike upon the old world and the new. His daughters saw no one but the servants and myself. In their turn, his neighbors shrank from him. Men had come to say that lust of gold drove Southby to the crime, and to believe that the boy was less guilty than the father. The one man who stood by the stricken family was Captain Kennington, who owed so little to the baronet. Now, in the darkest hour, he came forward to demand Evelyn's hand anew. It went without saying that she would not accept him. A rare type of womanhood, the very fact that she loved was the barrier between them. Nothing, she felt, could ever blot out the shame of this happening or minimize its consequences. The harvest of sin was not gathered in Parkhurst prison, but here in the ancient house, where women reaped with sickles of tears. My own relations with Harriet were, God be praised, but superficially affected by Southby's downfall. We had learned to know each other so well before the trouble came that it but set a seal upon our mutual sense of help and sacrifice. And although I knew she would not marry me immediately, I left the future to lead us as it might. Sir Donnington himself now seems to find in my society the sole consolation of his declining years. He did not go to church, but I visited them for worship early every Sunday morning, and was always at the close to supper when at the rectory. So the months rolled on, and Time the Healer came to our aid. The bitterness of fear and doubt had passed down and given place to a brave attempt to face the future. We made many plans for Southby upon his release, and were determined to start him in a farm in South Africa if we could. Kennington went so far as to visit the prison and see the convict. His own father was one of the visiting inspectors, as it chanced, and so an advantage was permitted him. He told us that he found Southby quite resigned to his fate, and he spoke of him as a man who was convinced that he had not committed a crime, but had been the victim of those who had betrayed him when they discovered that nothing was to be extorted from the baronet. Parkhurst, it seems, is the gentleman's prison, and Southby was in aristocratic company there. I confess that the intimation was not without its saving humor, and permitted some reflection upon the permanence of those social aspirations which could afflict men even in a prison. Better, it appeared, to pick oakum with a lord than to earn an honest living among plebeians. Kennington spoke of cheerfulness and of content, but I remembered afterward one phrase in his letter which should have struck me as significant. Prison makes strange bedfellows, and so far as man may have a confidant in captivity, Southby had found one in a man by the name of Mester. "This fellow," said Kennington, "is the cheeriest soul possible. He has been well educated in France, where he fell upon evil times. Then he became chauffeur to an Austrian baron, entered a motor car factory at Suresnes, turned his attention to flying at Issy, and finally was accused of a savage assault and an attempt to rob an old lady at Dover, who was about to establish him in a motor car business there. Mester declared to the end that the crime was the work of others. He protested that he was the victim of circumstances, and that the clues upon which the police convicted him were false. Nevertheless, he was found guilty and sentenced to 4 years' penal servitude upon the day following Southby's conviction. Between these men, a strange friendship took root. Each believed himself wrongfully convicted. Each could sympathize with the other. And just as Mester declared that he would bring the old baronet to his senses when he got out, so could Southby interest himself in Mester's story and implore certain old colleagues on the press to investigate it. As we know, one great novelist has already busied himself with the affair and is convinced of the man's innocence. Admittedly, a person of no stable character and unquestionably the associate of thieves, there would yet seem to be a doubt whether the graver crime were committed, and quite a reasonable supposition that the police may have been in error. Mester himself did not hesitate to affirm that if he were free for a month, he would establish his innocence beyond all question. So convinced was he of this, that he appears to have told Southby quite plainly that he would escape from Parkhurst if the opportunity presented itself. I thought nothing of the matter at the time, and indeed, the threat must be one often made by prisoners to whom crime has not become a habit and the cell a refuge. But I confess that astonishment was no word for it when, a few weeks later, upon opening my morning paper, I read that 2 men had escaped from the Parkhurst and, despite the efforts of the police, were still at large. Southby and Mester, I said to myself. I was not wrong, as you will presently hear. Here was an upset, if you will, and one to send me running to the close with the tidings. Sir Borrow himself I would not tell, dreading the effect of the news upon a mind so deranged. But Evelyn and Harriet heard me eagerly, and the former I began to suspect was already in possession of the story. This fact did not in the beginning impress me as it should have done. Some letter, I thought, must have come from Southby himself, and yet had I reflected, I would have perceived that such a thing was hardly possible under the circumstances. The man had escaped but yesterday, and even had a letter been posted from the Isle of Wight or the mainland on the previous evening, it would not have reached Borrow Close at 9 o'clock. Later on, I discovered quite accidentally that Captain Kennington hinted at some such possibility in a letter received on the previous day, and whatever thoughts the discovery suggested, I kept them strictly to myself. The immediate thing was the excitement the news occasioned at the close, and the momentous events which must follow upon it. For my own part, I was early of the opinion that the fugitives would swiftly be overtaken, and that would be the end of the matter. Their escape, briefly narrated in the newspapers, had been admirably contrived. It appears that they scaled a high wall at a moment when a heavy mist drifted across the island from the mainland. That they then crossed an enclosure in which other prisoners were at work, climbed a second wall by the aid of a silk ladder which they left behind them, and so made their way to the sea. Authority believed that their flight was there cut short, and that they had not succeeded in reaching the mainland. But another account spoke of a mysterious motorboat which had been seen recently off St. Catherine's Point, and, remembering Mester's acquaintance with the motor fraternity and its less desirable characters, The writer of the report seemed to be of the opinion that this might have some connection with the matter. The latter, I must confess, occurred to me as a plausible deduction. These flying people are unusually clever. They possess a daring which is proved, and their resources are many. I detected now the meaning of Southby's friendship for this undesirable mechanic, and I saw that the men were pledged to make the attempt together. For the moment, it looked as though they had succeeded. It was a little before 9 o'clock when I arrived at the close, and not until after lunch that I left. As usual, Sir Borrow spent the morning about his gardens, and kept me some while with him, speaking of this plant or that, with which I was always familiar, but never naming the son who would succeed to this splendid inheritance. When he retired to his study at 12 o'clock, I took the girls aside and resumed a conversation so full of meaning for us all. Naturally, we asked each other many questions which we were unable to answer. Where would Southby go if he reached the mainland? Could he get money? Would he return to the Borough? If he comes here, said I, he is lost. It will be the first place the police will watch. Harriet agreed with me in this. Yet where else could he go with any prospect of getting money by which alone ultimate success could be assured? We thought of many places, but of one with conviction. Sir Borrow's sister, the aged Lady Rosmar, then lived at Bath. She had been staunch to the boy so far as her means permitted, and might be still a friend to him in such an emergency as this. We decided that Harriet should go to Bath without loss of time, in case she could be of any assistance there. Evelyn and I, meanwhile, would watch and wait at the Borough. God knows what we hoped to do if the boy came there, yet I think we both prayed for his coming. It seemed such an impossible thing that he could evade the hue and cry which must attend this flight. Yet if he did evade it, might not we take up his burden and start him in that new life wherein so much might be achieved if the lesson had been truly learned? Foolish the hope may have been, yet it came natural to those who had suffered so much, and over whom the prison gate was ever the emblem of a terrible sorrow. We believed that Southby would come, and in 10 days' time our faith was justified. He was there at Borough Close, the police upon his heels, his own father ignorant that the house harbored him. Of such dire things have I now to tell in the story that comes after. I have said that we supposed the house would be watched by the police, and in this we were not mistaken. Frequently, in the few days immediately prior to Southby's return, I had seen strange men in the park, and more than once I had been stopped upon an idle pretense and questioned concerning Sir Borrow and his affairs. Such a subterfuge would have deceived no one, and, fortunately, I was able to deal with the men quite frankly. "You are a police officer," I said to one of them, and he did not deny it. "The lad's sure to come here, sir," was his answer. "And if he does, we shall take him. There isn't a road within 10 miles we are not watching." We fell to other talk, and chiefly of the escape. Officially, the police thought there had been some connivance on the part of the warders, but of this I naturally knew nothing. The young men had a lot of friends between them, the detective said, and as for Lionel Mester, he knows half the crooks in Europe. I replied that in such a case, the friends in question might be expected to shelter their comrades. "And," said I, "it is idle to look for your men here. Surely you know of the relations between Sir Borrow and his son?" He was much interested in this, and questioned me closely. A proceeding I did not resent under the circumstances. A few days later, I was stopped in the park by an American lady and her daughter, who pretended to be much interested in the old place, and asked me if it were not possible to get permission to visit it. In these I recognized also the agents of the police, and I put them off with what excuses I could. Not that it would have mattered at such a time, for Southby had not then returned. He was to come 3 days afterward at dead of night, and the two who were to know of his coming would have stood at nothing for his sake. They were his sister Evelyn and Wellman the butler, who had loved Southby as his own son. It was from Wellman himself that I heard the news at 9 o'clock on the following morning. He came carrying a pretended letter from Sir Borrow, and not until we were alone in my study and the door shut behind us did he dare to speak freely. "Mr. Southby's home, sir," he said in a whisper. "He's in the priest's room." I feared to speak for a moment. Instantly I had visions of the hunted lad fleeing from thicket to thicket of the forest he knew so well, and finally gaining that deep glen wherein is the subterranean entrance to the close. That he had thought of it when none of us remembered. Of course, the police would know nothing of that. The very servants, save Wellman alone, are in ignorance of the existence of this passage, and locally it is believed that it perished long ago. Sir Borrow let them think so. It was one of his humors to have the place opened up by the engineers who came from London to sink his artisan well. He liked to go to and fro as he pleased, to catch his servants when they least expected him, and so he used the priest's room for the purpose, or did use it until the tragedy happened. Nothing afterward interested him. The secret chamber remained unopened after Southby was convicted. The rest of us, I think, had almost forgotten its existence. The chamber lies at the western end of the long gallery. There is an octagon tower there, with an ancient stone staircase cunningly built within its walls. To this you gain access from the gallery by opening a panel upon the right-hand side of the smaller chimney. The room lies at the foot of one flight of stairs and is lighted from two narrow windows giving upon the battlements. These are filled by stained glass of the 14th century and shows former abbots of Barrow in Alb and Chasuble. The room itself is large and commodious, and has a fireplace and an alcove for the bed. Those who desire to go from it to the forest descend the staircase until they find themselves in the old crypt, which dates from Saxon times. The subterranean passage leads from that to Adam's Thicket, where it enters an ancient well, long dried up, and now but a pit of grass and bramble. I did not doubt that Southby had gained the forest by a devious route, and had made his way by one of those paths which no stranger would discover. And so he had gone straight to the priest's chamber, and thence to Evelyn's bedroom. He waked her about 1 this morning, said Wellman, who still appeared to tremble with excitement of the news. They wouldn't let you know sooner, sir, for fear of the police. Miss Evelyn is dreadfully afraid that the squire will find out, and so I came to you at once. Lucky for us, it was only yesterday afternoon that Superintendent Matthews searched the clothes from garret to cellar. He must have had wind that Mr. Southby was on the road. I was astonished to hear this. Superintendent Matthews, yesterday, I exclaimed. Is it really possible, and Miss Evelyn told me nothing of it? But of course, it may have been difficult to send. Does he know anything of the priest's hole, Wellman? Surely you don't fear that. He shook his head, being a man of uncommon caution. They know a great deal too much nowadays, sir. More's the pity. The question is, what are we to do with the young master, since Miss Evelyn is at her wit's end? She would be pleased to see you at the close. Indeed, and she would. It's a hard task for a young lady, as you can well imagine, sir. I agreed, and, putting on my hat, went over with him immediately. Our way lay through Adam's Thicket, and I confess that I suffered some alarm when a stranger appeared upon our path not 100 paces from the ancient basin by which the passage is reached. He was a short, thick-set man, wearing a serge suit with black leather leggings and a peaked cap, and when he saw us, he stopped abruptly for a moment, then turned his back upon us and pretended to light a cigarette while we passed. "He is no policeman," I said to Wellman when the stranger was out of hearing. The old servant agreed with me. "But he might be an inquiry agent, sir. I've heard tell in London of the tricks they play with their clothes. Don't trust him too far." "I am not going to trust him at all," said I. The fellow looked to me as though he were a chauffeur. "A bad lot, believe me, sir. There's been few honest men upon wheels since they robbed us of our horses. A man wants the nose of a setter to keep track of such as him. I wouldn't trust one of them with a silver-plated soup ladle, upon my word I wouldn't." I told him he was a laudator temporis acti, but as that conveyed nothing to him, we pushed on, and found Evelyn in the boudoir. She was dreadfully agitated, but Sir Borrow being there, no word of the affair might pass between us. The baronet plainly thought that his daughter had become hysterical, and when I was alone with him, he hinted that she must have had some news from that damned scoundrel. "Whatever it is," he added, "I don't want to hear of it or of him. It would be a great day for me if the fellow were 6 feet underground, and I hope to God he soon will be. That's the truth, Cope, and none of your philosophy can change it. I no longer have a son. I am trying to forget that I ever had one." I shrank from his anger, knowing well how little such a man would suffer a rebuke. Happily, he set out to drive into the town almost immediately, and Evelyn and I went at once to the priest's hole and interviewed Southby. He was in a sorry plight, I must say. His face and hands torn by the brambles of the thickets, his clothes splashed with mud, his beard unshaved, and his eyes bloodshot. I thought also a little delirious from want of food and exposure, and he talked incoherently of ships and the sea, of men who had betrayed him, and of others who were his friends. By and by, when he became calmer, he told me that the ignominy of prison affected him to such an extent that he would have gone mad if he had remained at Parkhurst. "I couldn't have done it, Cope. By God, I couldn't," he said. "You don't know what it means to a man who has lived as I have. I had to go, or it would have been all up with me. If they take me, I will shoot myself. That's an oath, and I'll keep it." "But," cried I, "whatever will you do, Southby? You must know that we cannot long protect you here." He laughed defiantly, pushing the black hair from his forehead quite in the old way. "Lionel will do it," he said. "I trust Lionel. He got me out. He'll see I don't get in again. You must know, Lionel, he's a white man all through, and the prison that can hold him has got to be made. Why, it was his idea about the motorboat. Who else would have thought of it? His and his friend at Hendon. They picked us up in the cove at high tide, and we were landed at Hayling Island before morning. I knew we should get through when Lionel undertook it. Then, exclaimed I, quite at hazard, Captain Kennington knew nothing of it? His brow darkened at this. He looked at Evelyn curiously and appeared afraid to speak out. No, I don't trust Kennington. Not much. Mind what you're doing in that quarter, Evelyn. Kennington isn't 30 cents. You remember it. She flashed out at this, a girl of spirit and a good heart. Do not say a word against Captain Kennington, she cried. He is the only friend you ever had who remained staunch to you. You should be grateful to him. He still persisted, though with a weakening resolution. That may or may not be. It's my opinion he tried to give us away, and I shall stick to it. Now give me a drink, for God's sake. I am as dry as a camel. She fetched him a brandy and soda, and he drank it eagerly. It was already a danger to pass to and from the long gallery, and I began to perceive the peril of the situation. Let the servants know, and sooner or later the news would go to the village, and then to the police. When we discussed it frankly between ourselves, there seemed to be but one solution. Evelyn must be ill, and Harriet must be recalled from the bath to wait upon her. Meanwhile, Wellman must have a confidant, and none seemed better suited to the purpose than Turner, the head housemaid. Sooner or later, this woman would discover us. We determined that should be sooner, and, calling her into the conference, we put our fortunes into her hands. Good woman, she had a brother of her own, and Evelyn was beloved by them all. We made our plans, and for the moment they were successful. Harriet, unfortunately, could not return from Bath, her aunt being taken seriously ill and really requiring her assistance. Evelyn, however, feigned an indisposition very cleverly, and although it put me to some conscientious difficulty, I suffered myself to think of the greater good of that unhappy family and to acquiesce. Nevertheless, I understood that it was but a brief respite. The perils of the situation were manifest. Any day, any hour might discover us, and we began to go as those who feared their own shadows. Perhaps my fears may have been responsible for a delusion, but there were moments when I thought that Sir Borrow suspected us. His manner became suddenly aggressive, and he questioned me more closely than he had done for a long time. Had I heard from that damned son of his? Was Evelyn worrying about the worthless scoundrel? To all of which I responded with what wit I could, though God knows my position was difficult. Later on, I discovered him in Evelyn's bedroom, and that very night, after dinner, he spoke of Kennington. Oddly enough, his opinion of that gallant soldier was exactly that of his son. He did not trust him, doubted his record, and stigmatized him most unjustly as a penniless adventurer. As to my knowledge, the captain is in possession of an income of £800 a year. I resented the slander, and did not fear to speak my mind. The result was a sharp quarrel, and the expression upon his part of a shabby apology, with which, in any other circumstances, I would have been far from satisfied. As it was, I had to bear with him and to listen while he told me that, whatever happened, he would not have Kennington in the house again. Then he went off to his study, I to the priest's room to tell them of my suspicions. Southby had always been afraid of his father. My news alarmed him, and he did not hesitate to affirm that the old man would deliver him up to the police should he be discovered at the close. Evelyn herself appeared to be of the same opinion, and when we were alone, she confessed the terror of her situation. Captain Kennington is coming here at the weekend, she said. I told her what Sir Borrow had said, and it did but alarm her more. Sometimes I wish I were dead, she declared, and I, who knew how much that gentle soul had suffered, prayed to God that strength might be granted her. The following night I was to meet Lionel Mester in the thicket, and to experience an apprehension more acute than any I had yet suffered in this woeful affair. It was the Sabbath eve, and I was returning from the close to the choir practice in our beautiful old parish church. 100 yards from the well's head, where the secret entrance lies, I met again the short, thick-set man whom Wellman had declared to be a detective. He stopped, and begging me to step aside into the thicket, he introduced himself immediately. You'll have heard of me, sir. Lionel Mester, Mr. Southby's pal. Yes, I said, I have heard of you. Why do you come to this dangerous place? Because there's something Southby must know, and it can't come any other way. You see him every day, and can take this letter to him. I've been hanging about nearly a week trying to get it delivered. Usually I don't trust devil dodgers. Not much. But you've got a decent mug on you, and I'm going to trust you. Take him this letter, and tell him, if he acts on it, it's all right and the wheels go round. Otherwise, I'd do a double watch and be damned to it. Lord, I've been sleeping on stinging nettles for a week, and that's about enough of it. Tell Southby so, and you'll see no more of me. He thrust a bulky letter into my hand, and was about to say more when we heard a sound of footsteps, and instantly he plunged into the undergrowth with the agility of a wildcat. He was shod, I saw, in rubber-soled shoes and carried a formidable stick. But the quickness of his movements was the surprising thing, and uttering but one word, police, he disappeared from my view. For my part, I thrust the letter into the inner pocket of my coat and at once regained the path. 50 paces farther on, I passed Superintendent Matthews and exchanged a good night with him. He appeared to be in a hurry and was going toward the hall. But he did not stop to gossip with me, as he usually does, and for that I was grateful. It will be understood that this unexpected turn perplexed me very much. I had expected that Lionel Mester would come to Barrow sooner or later, but now that he had come, I perceived how considerable a danger he must be to us all. It was not to be hidden from me that I myself might be the victim of this unhappy family, and must answer to the law for the part that I had played. So much I was willing to do for a woman's sake, but now that discovery trod upon our heels, and all the shame and suffering of exposure hovered in the shadows about that ancient house, I confess that my courage almost failed me. The letter seemed a damning document which would convict me in any court. Yet I determined to deliver it, and that very night, about 10 o'clock, I went up to the hall and put it into Evelyn's hands. Upon my return, an unknown man followed me through the thicket and watched me enter the rectory. I believe that he was a police officer, though whether he were so or not mattered little since the letter was delivered. That night I slept but ill, fearing so many things, dreading the peril of a situation which had become almost intolerable. The next day was the Sabbath, given almost entirely to the schools and the church, and it was not until we sat down to supper at the close that I got the news of Evelyn. She had given out that she was a little better and would sit down with us. The few words we exchanged in the porch when I said good night to her were of some moment, though not unexpected. "Southby is going tonight," she said. I answered, "Thank God," for I knew that none of us could stand the strain of it much longer. And so we parted, and I was never to see her alive again. So brave and gentle she was, blessed among women truly, an offering to man's sin, a martyr for whom men's tears should fall. They heard a loud cry in the house a little before midnight. Sir Borrow was awake and first upon the scene. They found her lying at the foot of the staircase which leads down from the long gallery to the secret room. Evidently there had been a struggle. A jagged bar of iron lay upon the stairs at her feet. The lamp she had carried was shattered. The very window in the angle of the octagon was broken, and the glass littered about. What was not a little remarkable was the discovery of 9 pounds in gold wrapped in a yellow kid glove, the very shape and color of the gloves always worn by Captain Kennington. She was dressed in a long bedgown, I should tell you, and wore a dressing gown over it. The door of the secret chamber stood open, but no one was to be discerned within. Southby had fled the house. Sir Borrow and Wellman alone stooped to the assistance of the stricken woman. She was quite dead, a terrible wound in the throat having deprived her of her life almost instantaneously. Naturally, the police were called upon the instant, and not a moment was lost by them. Beaters began to search every thicket of the forest round about. There were motors abroad every road, yet nothing was discovered, not a shadow of a clue to be found. Even Captain Kennington could offer no suggestion. I discovered to my surprise that he had come to Borrow on Saturday evening as he promised, but hearing Evelyn's story, had gone to the town to sleep. The hue and cry waked him to such a morn as few men are called upon to live. And so here is this terrible crime committed, and no man to be brought to justice for it. God send us enlightenment that the guilty may be punished. End of the Donnington Affair, Part 1. The Donnington Affair, Part 2, by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Sean. The Donnington Affair, Part 2. It was natural, of course, that we should think of calling in expert opinion on the tragedy, or at least something subtler than the passing policeman. But I could think of few people, or none whom it would be useful to consult thus privately. I remembered an investigator who had taken some interest in Southby's original trouble, merely because I remembered the curious surname of Shrike. But reports told me he had since grown rich and retired, and was now yachting inaccessibly among the Pacific Islands. My old friend Brown, the Roman priest at Cobhole, who had often given me good advice in small problems, had written that he feared he could not come down even for an hour. He merely added, what I confess I thought inconsequent, that the key might be found in the sentence that Mester was the cheeriest soul possible. Superintendent Matthews still carries weight with any considering person who has actually talked to him, officially reticent, and in some cases officially slow. Sir Borrow seemed stricken rigid by this final tragedy, a thing pardonable even in a very old man who, whatever his faults, had never had anything but tragedy upon tragedy out of his own blood and name. Wellman can be trusted with anything up to the crown jewels, but not with an idea. Harriet is far too good a woman to be a good detective. So I was left with my unsatisfied appetite for expert advice. I think the others shared it to some extent. I think we wished a man different from all of us would walk into the room. A man of the world outside us. A man of wider experience. A man of experience so wide, if it were possible, that he should know even one case that was like our own. Certainly none of us had the wildest suspicion of who the man would be. I have explained that when poor Evelyn's body was found, it was clad in a dressing gown, as if she had been suddenly summoned from her room, and the door of the priest's room stood open, acting on I know not what impulse. I had clashed it too, and, so far as I know, it was not opened again till it was opened from within. I confess that for me, that opening was terrible. Sir Borrow, Wellman, and I were alone in the chamber of slaughter. At least we were alone till a total stranger strolled into the room without even pulling the peaked cap off his head. He was a sturdy man, stained with travel, especially as regards his leggings, which were loaded with clay and slime of innumerable ditches. But he was entirely unconcerned, which is more than I was. For, despite his extra dirt and his extra impudence, I recognized him as the fugitive convict Mester, whose letter I had so foolishly passed on to his fellow convict. He entered the room with his hands in his pockets and whistling. Then the whistling ceased, and he said, "You seem to have shut the door again. I suppose you know it's not easy to open again on this side." Through the broken window which gave upon the garden, I could see Superintendent Matthews standing passively among the shrubs, with his broad back to the house. I walked to the window and also whistled, but in a far more practical spirit. And yet, I know not why I should call it practical. For the superintendent, who must have heard me, did not turn his head, nor so much as shift a shoulder. "I shouldn't worry poor old Matthews," said the man in the peaked cap in a friendly tone. "He is one of the best men in the service, and he must be awfully tired. I expect I can answer nearly all the questions that he could." And he relighted a cigarette. "Mr. Mester," I replied with some heat, "I was sending for the superintendent to arrest you." "Quite so," he answered, throwing his wax match out the window. "Well, he won't." He was gazing at me with a grave stolidity, and yet I fancy that the gravity of his full face had less effect on me than the large, indifferent back of the policeman. The man called Mester resumed. I mean that my position here may not be quite what you suppose. It's true enough I assisted the young fellow to escape, but I don't imagine you know why I did it. It's an old rule in our profession. Before he could finish, I had uttered a cry. "Stop!" I called out. "Who is that behind the door?" I could see by the very movement of Nestor's mouth that he was just about to answer what door. But before the lips could move, he also was answered. And from behind the sealed door of the secret chamber came the noise of something that was alive, if it were not human, or was moving, if it were not alive. "What is in the priest's room?" I cried, and looked around for something with which to break down the door. I had half lifted the jagged iron bar for the purpose, and the horrid part it had played in that night in hell overwhelmed me, and I fell against the door and beat on it with feeble hands, only repeating, "What is in the priest's room?" It was the awful fact that a voice, obscure but human, answered from behind the closed door, "The priest." The heavy door was opening very slowly, apparently pushed by a hand no stronger than my own. The same voice which had said "the priest" said in rather simpler tones, "Whom else did you expect?" The door swung out slowly to the full compass of its hinges, and revealed the black silhouette of a stumpy, apologetic person with a big hat and a bad umbrella. He was in every way a very unromantic and inappropriate person to be in the priest's room, save in the accidental detail of being a priest. He walked straight up to me before I could cry, "You have come after all." He shook my hand and, before he dropped it, looked at me with a steady and singular expression, sad and yet rather serious than sad. I can only say it was the face we wear at the funeral of one dear to a friend. Not that we wear it by the deathbed of any directly dear to us. "I can at least congratulate you," said Father Brown. I think I put my hand wildly through my hair. I am sure I answered, "And what is there in this nightmare on which I can be congratulated?" He answered me with the same stolid face, "On the innocence of the woman who will be your wife." "No one," I cried indignantly, "has attempted to connect her with the matter." He nodded gravely as if in assent. "That was the danger, doubtless," he said with a slight sigh. "But she's all right now, thank God, isn't she?" And as if to give the last touch to the topsy-turvydom, he turned to ask his question of the man in the peaked cap. "Oh, she's safe enough," said the man called Nestor. I cannot deny that there was suddenly lifted off my heart a load of doubt which I had never known was there. But I was bound to pursue the problem. "Do you mean, Father Brown, I asked. That you know who was the guilty person? In a sense, yes, he answered. But you must remember that in a murder case, the guiltiest person is not always the murderer. Well, the guiltiest person, then, I cried impatiently. How are we to bring the guiltiest person to punishment? The guiltiest person is punished, said Father Brown. There was a long silence in the twilight turret, and my mind labored with doubts that were too large for it. At last, Mester said gruffly, but not without a kind of good nature, I think you two reverend gentlemen had better go and have a talk somewhere. About hell, say, or hassocks, or whatever you do talk about. I shall have to look into this by myself. My name is Stephen Shrike. You may have heard of me. Even before such fancies had been swallowed up in my sudden fear at the movements in the secret room, I had faced the startling possibility that this escaped convict was really a detective. But I had not dreamed of him being so famous a one. The man who had been concerned for Southby, and since gained colossal prestige, had some claims in the case, and I followed Brown, who had already strolled down toward the entrance of the garden. The distinction between hell and hassocks, began Father Brown. Don't play the fool, I said roughly enough. Was not without some philosophical value, continued the little priest with unruffled good temper. Human troubles are mostly of two kinds. There is the accidental kind that you can't see because they are so close. You fall over as you do over a hassock. And there is the other kind of evil, the real kind. And that a man will go to seek however far off it is. Down, down, into the last abyss. And he unconsciously pointed his stumpy finger downward toward the grass, which was sprinkled with daisies. It was good of you to come, I said, but I wish I could make more sense of the things you say. Well, he replied patiently, have you made sense of the one thing I did say before I came down? Why, you made some wild statement, I replied, that the key of the story was in Mester's being cheerful, but why, bless my soul, and so it is the key in a way. Only the key so far, said my companion. But my first guess seems to have been right. It's not very common to find such sparkling gaiety in people undergoing penal servitude, especially when ruined on a false charge. And it seems to me that Mester's optimism was a little overdone. I also suspected that his aviation and all the rest of it, true or false, were simply meant to make Southby think the escape feasible. But if Mester was such a demon for escaping, why didn't he escape by himself? Why was he so anxious to lug along a young gentleman who does not seem to have been much use to him. As I was wondering, my eye fell on another sentence in your manuscript. What was that? I asked. He took out a scrap of paper on which there were some scribbles in pencil and read out, "They then crossed an enclosure in which other prisoners were at work." After another pause, he resumed. That, of course, was plain enough. What kind of convict prison is it where prisoners work without any warders overseeing or walking about? What sort of warders are they who allow two convicts to climb two walls and go off as if for a picnic? All that is plain, and the conclusion is plainer from many other sentences. It seemed such an impossible thing that he could evade the hue and cry that must attend this flight. It would have been impossible if there had been any hue and cry. Evelyn and Harriet heard me eagerly, and the former I began to suspect was already in possession of the story. How could she be in possession of it so early as that, unless all the police cars and telephones helped to send word from Southby? Could the convicts catch a camel or an ostrich? And look at the motorboats. Do motorboats grow on trees? No, that's all simple. Not only was the companion in the escape a police detective, but the whole scheme of the escape was a police scheme, engineered by the highest authorities of the prison. But why? I asked, staring. And what had Southby to do with it? Southby had nothing to do with it, he answered. I believe he is now hiding in some ditch or wood, in the sincere belief that he is a hunted fugitive. But they won't trouble him anymore. He has done their work for him. He is innocent. It was essential that he should be innocent. Oh, I don't understand all this, I cried impatiently. I don't understand half of this, said Father Brown. There are all sorts of difficulties I'll ask you about later. You knew the family. I only say that the sentence about cheerfulness did turn out to be a key sentence after all. Now I want you to concentrate your attention on another key sentence. We decided that Harriet should go to Bath without loss of time, in case she could be of any assistance there. Note that this comes soon after your expression of surprise that someone should have communicated with Evelyn so early. Well, I suppose we none of us think the governor of the prison wired to her, have connived at escape of your brother, Convict 99. The message must have come in Southby's name at any rate. I ruminated, looking at the roll of the Downs as it rose and repeated itself through every gap in the garden trees. Then I said, Kennington? My old friend looked at me for a moment with a look which, this time, I could not analyze. Captain Kennington's part in this business is unique in my experience, he said, and I think we had better return to him later. It is enough that, by your own account, Southby did not give him his confidence. I looked again at the glimpses of the downs, and they looked grander but grayer as my companion went on, like one who can only put things in their proper order. I mean, the argument here is close, but clear. If she had any secret message from her brother about his escaping, why shouldn't she have a message about where he was escaping to? Why should she send off her sister to Bath when she might just as well have been told that her brother wasn't going there? Surely a young gentleman might more safely say, in a private letter, that he was going to Bath than that he was coming from Parkhurst? Somebody or something must have influenced Southby to leave his decision uncertain. And who could influence Southby except the companion of his flight, who was acting for the police on your theory? No, on his confession. After a sort of snorting silence, Brown said with an emphasis I have never seen in him, throwing himself on a garden seat, I tell you this whole business of the 2 cities of refuge, this whole business of Harriet Donnington going to Bath, was a suggestion that came through Southby, but from Mester or Shrike or whatever his name is the key of the police plot. He had settled himself on a seat facing me, clasping his hands over the huge head of his umbrella in a more truculent manner than was typical of him. But an evening moon was brightening above the little plantation under which he sat, and when I saw his plain face again, I saw it was as mild as the moon. But why, I asked, should they want such a plot? To separate the sisters, he said. That is the key. I answered quickly, the sisters could not really be separated. Yes, they could, said Father Brown quite simply. And that is why... Here his simplicity failed him, and he hesitated. That is why? I insisted. That is why I can congratulate you, he said at last. Silence sank again for a little, and I could not define the irritation with which I answered, Oh, I suppose you know all about it. No, really, he said, leaning forward as if to deny an accusation of injustice. I am puzzled about the whole business. Why didn't Parkhurst find it sooner? Why did they find it at all? Was it slipped in the lining? Or is the handwriting so bad as that? I know about the thing being gentlemanly, but surely they took his clothes. How could the message come? It must be the lining. His face was turned up as honestly as a flat and floating fish, and I could only say with corresponding mildness, I really do not know what you are talking about, you and your linings. But if you mean how could Southby get his message safely to his sister without the risks of interception, I should say there were no people more likely to do it successfully. The boy and girl were always great friends from childhood and had, to my own knowledge, one of those secret languages that children often have, which may easily have been turned afterward into some sort of cipher, and now I come to think of it, the heavy knobbed umbrella slipped from the seat and slammed on the gravel, and the priest stood upright. "What an idiot I am," he said. "Why, anybody might have thought of a cipher. That was a score for you, my friend. I suppose you know all about it now." I am certain he did not realize that he was repeating in sincerity what I had said in irony. "No," I answered with real seriousness. "I do not know all about it, but I think it quite possible that you do. Tell me the story." "It is not a good story," he said in a rather stony way. "At least the good thing about it is that it is over. But first let me say what I least like saying. That you must be prepared for a different view of a character that you knew well. I have thought a good deal about a certain kind of intellectual English lady, especially when she is at once aristocratic and provincial. I think she is judged much too easily. Or perhaps I should say judged much too hardly, since she is supposed to be incapable of mortal passions and temptations. Let her decline champagne at dinner. Let her be beautiful, and know what is meant by dignity in dress. Let her read a great many books and talk about high ideals, and you all assume that she alone of her kind cannot covet or lie, that her ideas are always simple and her ideals always fulfilled. But really and truly, my friend, by your own account of it, the character was more mixed than that. Evelyn feigned an indisposition very cleverly. Assuming her to be blameless, I cannot see why she needed to feign anything. But anyhow, it is scarcely one of the powers given to the saints. You began to suspect that Evelyn already knew about the escape. Why didn't she tell you she already knew about it? You were astonished that Superintendent Matthews had called and she had been silent about it, but you supposed it was difficult to send. Why should it be difficult to send? You seem to have been sent for whenever you were really wanted. No, I will try to speak of this woman as of one for whose soul I will pray, and whose true defense I shall never hear. But while there are living people whose honor is in cruel danger undeservedly, I simply refuse to start with the assumption that Evelyn Donnington could do no wrong. The noble hills of Sussex looked as dreary as Yorkshire moors as he went on heavily, prodding the earth with his umbrella. The first facts in her defense, if she needed one, are that her father is a miser, that he has a violent temper, combined with a rather puritanic sort of family pride, and, above all, that she was afraid of him. Now, suppose she really wanted money, perhaps for a good purpose, or again, perhaps not. She and her brother, you told me, had always had secret languages and plots. They are common among cowed and terrified children. I firmly believe myself that she went a step further in some desperate strait, and that she was really and criminally responsible for the false document with which her brother seemed to be seeking financial help. We know there is often a family resemblance in handwritings, almost amounting to facsimile. I cannot see, therefore, why there should not be a similar family resemblance in the flaws by which experts detect a forgery. Anyhow, the brother had a bad record, which goes for a great deal more than it ought with the police, and he was sent to jail. I think you will agree that he has a very good record now. You mean, I said, curiously thrilled by the very restraint of his expression, that Southby suffered all that time rather than speak. Rejoice not against me, Satan, mine enemy, said Father Brown. For when I fall, I shall arise. This part of the story really is good. After a silence, he continued. When he was arrested, I am now almost certain he had on him some letter or message from his sister. I hope and believe that it was some sort of penitent message. But whatever it was, it must have contained two things. Some admission or allusion that made her own guilt clear, and some urgent request that her brother should come straight to her as soon as he was free to do so. Most important of all, it was not signed with a Christian name, but only your unhappy sister. But, my good man, I cried, you talk as if you had seen the letter. I see it in its consequences, he answered. The friendship with Mester, the quarrel with Kennington, the sister in Bath, and the brother in the priest's room, came from that letter and no other letter. The letter, however, was in cipher, and one very hard to follow, having been invented by children. Does that strike you as paradoxical? Don't you know that the hardest signs to read are arbitrary ones? And if two children agree that Grunk means bedtime and Splosh means Uncle William, it would take an expert much longer to learn this than to expose any system of substituted letters or numbers. Consequently, though the police found the paper, of course it took them halfway through Southby's term to make head or tail of it. Then they knew that one of Southby's sisters was guilty, that he was innocent, and by this time they would have had the sense to see that he would never betray the truth. The rest, as I said, was simple and logical. The only other thing they could do was to take advantage of Southby being asked to go straight to his guilty correspondent. He was given every facility for escaping and communicating as quickly as possible, so long as the police could secure the separation of the sisters by Mester getting the other one to Bath. Given that, the sister Southby went for must be the guilty one. And when, through those awful nights, the police gathered round you thick as wolves, and still as ghosts, it was not for Southby they were waiting. But why did they wait for anyone? I asked suddenly, after a silence. If they were sure, why didn't they arrest? He nodded and sighed. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it's best to take the Kennington case here. Well, of course he knew all about it from the inside. You yourself noticed that he had privileges in that prison. It will grieve you, as a law-abiding person, to learn that he used his power to intercept what had been decided. A good deal can be done by missing appointments. A good deal more can be done by not missing people, vulgarly known as hitting them. He used every chance, right or wrong, to delay the arrest. One of the 1,000 small, desperate delays was feigning illness. Why did Southby call him a traitor? I said suspiciously. On exceedingly good grounds, said my friend. Suppose you had broken prison in all innocence, and your friend sent his car for you, and it took you back there. Suppose your friend offered to get you away in his yacht, and it took the wrong course, till overtaken by a motorboat. Suppose Southby was trying to get to Sussex, and Kennington always headed him off toward Cornwall, or Ireland, or Normandy. What would you expect Southby to call him? Well, I said, what would you call him? Oh, said Father Brown, I call him a hero. I peered at his rather featureless face through the moony twilight, and then he suddenly rose and paced the path with the impatience of a schoolboy. If I could put pen to paper, I would write the best adventure story ever written about this. Was there ever such a situation? Southby was kicked backwards and forwards, as unconscious as a football, between two very able and vigorous men, one of whom wanted to make the footprints point toward the guilty sister, while the other wanted to twist the feet away at every turn. And Southby thought the friend of his house was his enemy, and the destroyer of his house his friend. The two that knew must fight in silence, for Mester could not speak without warning Southby, and Kennington could not speak without denouncing Evelyn. It is clear from Southby's words about false friends and the sea that Kennington eventually kidnapped Southby in a yacht, but God knows in how many tangled woods, or river islands, or lanes leading nowhere, the same fight was fought. The fugitive and detective trying to keep the trail. The traitor and true lover trying to confuse it. When Mester won, and his men gathered round this house, the captain could do no more than come here and offer his help. But Evelyn would not open the door to him. But why not? Because she had the fine side of fear as well as the bad side. said Father Brown. Not a little afraid of life, he said, with great penetration. She was afraid to go to prison, but to her honor, she was afraid to get married, too. It is a type produced by all this refinement. My friend, I want to tell you and all your modern world a secret. You will never get to the good in people till you have been through the bad in them. After a moment, he added that we ought to be returning to the house, and walked yet more briskly in that direction. Of course, he remarked as he did so, the packet of banknotes you took through to Southby was only to help him get away and spare him Evelyn's arrest. Mesters was not a bad fellow for attack, but she realized her danger and was trying to get into the priest's room. I was still brooding on the queer case of Kennington. Was not the glove found? I asked. Was not the window broken? He asked in return. A man's glove, twisted properly and loaded with 9 pounds in gold, and probably a letter as well, will break most windows if it is slung by a man who has been a bowler. Of course there was a note, and, of course, the note was imprudent. It left money for escape, and left the proofs of what she was escaping from. And then what happens to her? I asked dully. Something of what happened to you, he said. You also found the secret door difficult to open from outside. You also caught up that crooked curtain rod or window bar to beat on it. You also saw the door opening slowly from within. But you did not see what she saw. And what did she see? I asked at last. She saw the man she had wronged most, said Father Brown. Do you mean Southby? No, he said. Southby has shown heroic virtue, and he is happy. The man she wronged most was a man who had never had, or tried to have, more than one virtue, a kind of acrid justice, and she had made him unjust all his life, made him pamper the wicked woman and ruin the righteous man. You told me in your notes that he often hid in the priest's room to discover who was faithful or unfaithful. This time he came out holding a sword, left in that room in the days when men hunted my religion. He found the letter, but of course he destroyed it after he had done what he did. Yes, old friend, I can feel the horror on your face without seeing it. But, indeed, you modern people do not know how many kinds of men there are in the world. I am not talking of approval, but of sympathy. The sort of sympathy I give to Evelyn Donnington. Have you no sympathy with cold barbaric justice, or with the awful appeasements of such an intellectual appetite? Have you no sympathy with the Brutus who killed his friend? Have you no sympathy with Virginius, who killed... But I think we must go in now. We mounted the stairs in silence, but my surging soul expected some scene surpassing all the scenes of that tower. And in a sense, I had it. The room was empty, save for Wellman, who stood behind an empty chair as impassively as if there had been 1,000 guests. "They have sent for Dr. Browning, sir," he said in colorless tones. "What do you mean?" I cried. "There was no question about the death." "No, sir," he said with a slight cough. "Dr. Browning required another doctor to be sent from Chichester, and they took Sir Borrow away." End of The Donnington Affair Part 2 by G.K. Chesterton. End of The Donnington Affair by Max Pemberton and G.K. Chesterton.
Fear by Guy de Maupassant. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fear by Guy de Maupassant. We went up on deck after dinner. Before us the Mediterranean lay without a ripple and shimmering in the moonlight. The great ship glided on, casting upward to the star-studded sky a long serpent of black smoke. Behind us the dazzling white water, stirred by the rapid progress of the heavy bark and beaten by the propeller, foamed, seemed to writhe, gave off so much brilliancy that one could have called it boiling moonlight. There were 6 or 8 of us, silent with admiration, and gazing toward far-away Africa, whither we were going. The commandant, who was smoking a cigar with us, brusquely resumed the conversation begun at dinner. "Yes, I was afraid then. My ship remained for 6 hours on that rock, beaten by the wind and with a great hole in the side. Luckily we were picked up toward evening by an English coaler which sighted us." Then a tall man of sunburnt face and grave demeanor, one of those men who have evidently traveled unknown and faraway lands, whose calm eye seems to preserve in its depths something of the foreign scenes it has observed, a man that you are sure is impregnated with courage, spoke for the first time. "You say, Commandant, that you were afraid. I beg to disagree with you. You are in error as to the meaning of the word and the nature of the sensation that you experienced. An energetic man is never afraid in the presence of urgent danger. He is excited, aroused, full of anxiety, but fear is something quite different." The Commandant laughed and answered, "Bah! I assure you that I was afraid." Then the man of the tanned countenance addressed us deliberately as follows. "Permit me to explain. Fear, and the boldest man may feel fear, is something horrible, an atrocious sensation, a sort of decomposition of the soul, a terrible spasm of brain and heart, the very memory of which brings a shudder of anguish. But when one is brave, he feels it neither under fire, nor in the presence of sure death, nor in the face of any well-known danger. It springs up under certain abnormal conditions, under certain mysterious influences in the presence of vague peril. Real fear is a sort of reminiscence of fantastic terror of the past. A man who believes in ghosts and imagines he sees a spectre in the darkness must feel fear in all its horror. As for me, I was overwhelmed with fear in broad daylight about 10 years ago, and again one December night last winter. Nevertheless, I have gone through many dangers, many adventures which seemed to promise death. I have often been in battle. I have been left for dead by thieves. In America I was condemned as an insurgent to be hanged, and off the coast of China have been thrown into the sea from the deck of a ship. Each time I thought I was lost, I had once decided upon my course of action without regret or weakness. That is not fear. I have felt it in Africa, and yet it is a child of the North. The sunlight banishes it like the mist. Consider this fact, gentlemen. Among the Orientals, life has no value. Resignation is natural. The nights are clear and empty of the somber spirit of unrest which haunts the brain in cooler lands. In the Orient, panic is known, but not fear. Well then, here is the incident that befell me in Africa. I was crossing the great sands to the south of Onagia. It is one of the most curious districts in the world. You have seen the solid, continuous sand of the endless ocean strands. Well, imagine the ocean itself turned to sand in the midst of a storm. Imagine a silent tempest with motionless billows of yellow dust. They are as high as mountains, these uneven, veined surges, rising exactly like unchained billows, but still larger and stratified like watered silk. On this wild, silent, and motionless sea, the consuming rays of the tropical sun are poured pitilessly and directly. You have to climb these streaks of red-hot ash, descend again on the other side, climb again, climb without halt, without repose, without shade. The horses cough, sink to their knees, and slide down the sides of these remarkable hills. We were a couple of friends, followed by 8 spahis and 4 camels with their drivers. We were no longer talking, overcome by heat, fatigue, and a thirst such as had produced this burning desert. Suddenly one of our men uttered a cry. We all halted, surprised by an unsolved phenomenon known only to travelers in these trackless wastes. Somewhere near us, in an indeterminable direction, a drum was rolling, the mysterious drum of the sands. It was beating distinctly, now with greater resonance and again feebler, ceasing, then resuming its uncanny roll. The Arabs, terrified, stared at one another, and one said in his language, "Death is upon us." As he spoke, my companion, my friend, almost a brother, dropped from his horse, falling face downward on the sand, overcome by a sunstroke. And for 2 hours, while I tried in vain to save him, this weird drum filled my ears with its monotonous, intermittent, and incomprehensible tone. And I felt lay hold of my bones fear, real fear, hideous fear, in the presence of this beloved corpse, in this hole scorched by the sun, surrounded by 4 mountains of sand, and 200 leagues from any French settlement, while echo assailed our ears with this furious drumbeat. On that day, I realized what fear was, but since then I have had another and still more vivid experience. The commandant interrupted the speaker. "I beg your pardon, but what was the drum?" The traveler replied, "I cannot say. No one knows. Our officers are often surprised by this singular noise, and attribute it generally to the echo produced by a hail of grains of sand blown by the wind against the dry and brittle leaves of weeds. For it has always been noticed that the phenomenon occurs in proximity to little plants burned by the sun and hard as parchment. This sound seems to have been magnified, multiplied, and swelled beyond measure in its progress through the valleys of sand, and the drum therefore might be considered a sort of sound mirage. Nothing more, but I did not know that until later. I shall proceed to my second instance. It was last winter, in a forest of the northeast of France. The sky was so overcast that night came 2 hours earlier than usual. My guide was a peasant who walked beside me along the narrow road, under the vault of fir trees through which the wind in its fury howled. Between the tree-tops I saw the fleeting clouds, which seemed to hasten as if to escape some object of terror. Sometimes, in a fierce gust of wind, the whole forest bowed in the same direction with a groan of pain, and a chill laid hold of me, despite my rapid pace and heavy clothing. We were to sup and sleep at an old gamekeeper's house not much farther on. I had come out for hunting. My guide sometimes raised his eyes and murmured, "Ugly weather." Then he told me about the people among whom we were to spend the night. The father had killed a poacher 2 years before, and since then had been gloomy and behaved as though haunted by a memory. His 2 sons were married and lived with him. The darkness was profound. I could see nothing before me nor around me, and the mass of overhanging, interlacing trees rubbed together, filling the night with an incessant whispering. Finally I saw a light, and soon my companion was knocking upon a door. Sharp women's voices answered us. Then a man's voice, a choking voice, asked, "Who goes there?" My guide gave his name. We entered, and beheld a memorable picture. An old man with white hair, wild eyes, and a loaded gun in his hands stood waiting for us in the middle of the kitchen, while 2 stalwart youths, armed with axes, guarded the door. In the somber corners, I distinguished 2 women kneeling with faces to the wall. Matters were explained, and the old man stood his gun against the wall, at the same time ordering that a room be prepared for me. Then, as the women did not stir, "Look you, monsieur," said he, 2 years ago this night I killed a man, and last year he came back to haunt me. I expect him again tonight." Then he added in a tone that made me smile, "And so we are somewhat excited." I reassured him as best I could, happy to have arrived on that particular evening and to witness this superstitious terror. I told stories and almost succeeded in calming the whole household. Near the fireplace slept an old dog, mustached and almost blind, with his head between his paws. Such a dog as reminds you of people you have known. Outside, the raging storm was beating against the little house, and suddenly, through a small pane of glass, a sort of peep window placed near the door, I saw in a brilliant flash of lightning a whole mass of trees thrashed by the wind. In spite of my efforts, I realized that terror was laying hold of these people, and each time that I ceased to speak, all ears listened for distant sounds. Annoyed at these foolish fears, I was about to retire to my bed, when the old gamekeeper suddenly leaped from his chair, seized his gun, and stammered wildly, "There he is! There he is! I hear him!" The 2 women again sank upon their knees in the corner and hid their faces, while the sons took up the axes. I was going to try to pacify them once more, when the sleeping dog awakened suddenly, and, raising his head and stretching his neck, looked at the fire with his dim eyes, and uttered one of those mournful howls which make travelers shudder in the darkness and solitude of the country. All eyes were focused on him now as he rose on his front feet as though haunted by a vision, and began to howl at something invisible, unknown, and doubtless horrible, for he was bristling all over. The gamekeeper with livid face cried, "He scents him! He scents him! He was there when I killed him!" The 2 women, terrified, began to wail in concert with the dog. In spite of myself, cold chills ran down my spine. This vision of the animal at such a time and place, in the midst of these startled people, was something frightful to witness. Then for an hour the dog howled without stirring. He howled as though in the anguish of a nightmare, and fear, horrible fear, came over me. Fear of what? How can I say? It was fear, and that is all I know. We remained motionless and pale, expecting something awful to happen. Our ears were strained, and our hearts beat loudly while the slightest noise startled us. Then the beast began to walk around the room, sniffing at the walls and growling constantly. His maneuvers were driving us mad. Then the countryman who had brought me thither, in a paroxysm of rage, seized the dog, and carrying him to a door which opened into a small court, thrust him forth. The noise was suppressed, and we were left plunged in a silence still more terrible. Then suddenly we all started. Someone was gliding along the outside wall, toward the forest. Then he seemed to be feeling of the door with a trembling hand. Then, for 2 minutes, nothing was heard, and we almost lost our minds. Then he returned, still feeling along the wall, and scratched lightly upon the door, as a child might do with his fingernails. Suddenly a face appeared behind the glass of the peep window, a white face with eyes shining like those of the cat tribe. A sound was heard, an indistinct, plaintive murmur. Then there was a formidable burst of noise in the kitchen. The old gamekeeper had fired, and the 2 sons at once rushed forward and barricaded the window with the great table, reinforcing it with a buffet. I swear to you that at the shock of the gun's discharge, which I did not expect, such an anguish laid hold of my heart, my soul, and my very body, that I felt myself about to fall, about to die from fear. We remained there until dawn, unable to move, in short, seized by an indescribable numbness of the brain. No one dared to remove the barricade until a thin ray of sunlight appeared through a crack in the back room. At the base of the wall and under the window, we found the old dog lying dead, his skull shattered by a ball. He had escaped from the little court by digging a hole under a fence. The dark-visaged man became silent. Then he added, "And yet, on that night, I incurred no danger, but I should rather again pass through all the hours in which I have confronted the most terrible perils than the 1 minute when that gun was discharged at the bearded head in the window." End of Fear.
The Man in the Ready-Made Suit by Governor Morris. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Man in the Ready-Made Suit by Governor Morris. Charnock was impressed to the point of discomfort by the grandeur that surrounded him. For 20 years the ups in his life had not been very high, while some of the downs had touched the lowest situations in which man's predisposition to exist combats, without ever winning definite victories or suffering definite defeats, misfortune, poverty, and disease. For a few weeks he had been pretty well up for him. His ready-made clothes were new, his hair was newly cut, he had passed the night in a Turkish bath, and there was money in one of his pockets, and an old watch, newly redeemed, in another. To remember that he had once been the model of fashion, at home in great houses, welcome at stage doors, famous for the daring and imagination and good nature, if not the high moral tone of his exploits, was very difficult. More used now to a younger and a tasteless civilization, the great spaces and the sombre tapestries of Gower House depressed him. The servants in livery had a "we are better than you" look. The mirrors, reflecting with reluctance perhaps his new blue serge suit, an outfit at once above criticism and beneath, seemed to say ready-made. For once the Gowers had no guests, and were gathered in a family circle, Nora and Evelyn, Bob and Clarence, and of course Gower himself. Dinner had come on soft feet and so gone. It had been a short meal of exquisite cooking and much champagne. Charnock was sorry that he had not drunk more, for wine is a great leveller, and he intended shortly not only to rise level with his surroundings, level with Gower and the young cousins, but above them. They talked of his life, his adventures, not theirs. Only Gower, a bull-heavy, red-faced man, referred occasionally, with harsh bursts of laughter that ended as suddenly as they began, to old times in New York, At such moments a certain glitter appeared in Charnock's wide-set, light-grey eyes. It was as if the harshness, the loud-mouthed vigour of his cousin offended him, even angered him. Of Gower's position in society he had assured himself by a careful inquiry. It was as secure as that of the sun in the heavens. His insolence was bounded only by space. He could be as insolent as he pleased. He could be as passionate as he pleased, as corroding. He could be drunk and outrageous, and look to all eyes for forgiveness, and to some for admiration. Even his liver and his kidneys seemed to have nothing but forgiveness for him. He had a gross and sonorous health that defied disease and decay. Charnock could not say Gower has grown older, but only he has grown coarser, or he has grown more brutal. It incensed the man in the ready-made suit, whose gay and debonair proclivities life had so humbled, whose kind and generous impulses poverty and hard luck had so thwarted, to observe into what overbearing hands so much money had fallen. Because his inherited millions were as stones in a Connecticut field, the world did not require of Gower even the good qualities that it requires of a dog. A nation that considers itself intelligent enough to vote even attributed to him a certain mental ability and grasp of affairs, and he, like all men who have inherited vast fortunes, attributed these qualities to himself. And he believed, in that callous organ that pumped his hot and thirsty blood, that if he were stripped of all his properties, he would still be a great man, a great power, a leader among men, a delicious terror to women. "Like to see my guns?" he said abruptly. They had been talking grouse in Scotland, where Gower rented from year to year a show forest. "Very much." Charnock rose and followed his great cousin out of the room. The Gower children smiled at each other. Evelyn yawned. "He's the first man father was ever polite to." "Why?" "Oh, his father's cousin," said Bob. "They were friends in the old days." "Father told me something special about him," said Clarence. "It seems that Grandpa was down on Father at one time and threatened to leave all his money to his nephew, Bill Charnock, that is. He even told Charnock so. And, of course, when it came out the other way, Charnock was awfully disappointed, and I guess Father feels sorry for him. They say, you know, that he was quite a card, very popular and talented." "They always say that," said Nora, "about people who passed out a long time ago. When the people come back, you find that they are always dull and ordinary and humble." "I don't think Cousin Bill is really humble," said Bob. "Just shy. Once in a while there's a glint in his eye, and then he looks as if he might be quite a cuss when he's roused." "A regular lion," said Nora. "A lion in sheep's clothing," said Evelyn. "In a ready-made hand-me-down without the vest, $18, said Clarence. "Wasn't he even mentioned in the old man's will?" Bob asked. "It never so much as breathed his name. In fact, Grandpa died intestate." "He did not," said Evelyn. "He had a stroke." "He didn't make a will, a testament, silly." "If he had, and had left everything to Cousin Will," said Evelyn, "where'd we have been? Ouch!" Charnock drew a deep breath as he followed Gower into the gun-room. If he was to rise superior to his surroundings, to the thousands of dollars' worth of dark tubes behind the softly sliding glass doors, the time had come. A print, a ferret worrying a rabbit, caught his eye, and evoked in it those glints that his young cousin Bob Gower had noticed. For the first time that day, the consciousness of his ready-made clothes and shoes passed from him. It had been very hard to dine in blue serge and tan, so conspicuous beside the broadcloth and pumps the low necks and French heels of his cousins. It had been hard to apologize and to say, "I'm sorry, but I don't own any evening clothes. In my world, they aren't worn." He had not added, "In my world, the clothes a man dines in are often the clothes he sleeps in." "I don't want to look at your guns, if you don't mind. I want to talk to you. If you don't mind, I'll ring for whiskey." Gower burst into his short, harsh laugh. "Then push 3 times," he said. "Any bell in this house pushed 3 times brings whiskey. I tried the front doorbell on a bet once, and sure enough, a man came with a tray." "I've seen times," said Charnock, "when 300 cries to heaven wouldn't produce a thimbleful of water." A man came with whiskey and its perquisites, put them upon a low table, and went. "Say when. The way to enjoy liquor is to pretend that each drink is to be your last, forever." "When?" said Charnock. He filled the remainder of his glass with soda and drank feverishly. Then he went and stood looking into the empty fireplace. Presently he leaned forward and held his hand near the opening of the flue. He withdrew it, straightened his back, and turned to Gower. "That chimney always had a strong draught," he said. "What's that?" Gower snapped, and an impatient or startled motion of his hand overturned an empty soda bottle. "I said that chimney always had a strong draught." "All the chimneys in this house are scientifically constructed." "I am reminded," said Charnock, "of a letter I once had from a girl. It seemed better to destroy it. There was a fire going in here. I chucked the letter into the flames and saw it sucked up the chimney. Not even singed. I handed the grounds all night with a lantern. I even handed over the roofs." The red of Gower's heavy face had a black tinge in the shadows. He looked in the toes of his outstretched feet, and shielded his eyes with one hand as if he found the lights of the gun-room too many and too bright. "I got the letter back," said Charnock, "but it cost me $1,000. Or rather, it cost my uncle, your father, that. I had to go to him with the whole story. He was white about it, white." "Who blackmailed you?" Gower's sudden, harsh, mirthless, overbearing laugh was again in evidence. "Her brother," said Charnock simply. He afterward, thanks to very strong backing, became a member of the United States Senate, proved a bulwark to certain special interests, and died in an odor of great sanctity. Fell, in short, or was pushed from an upper window in a house of ill fame. Gower's face had grown darker and darker. "The letter," he said, "was from the woman I married?" "It was." "By God!" He started to his feet, but was met and quelled by a pair of eyes suddenly grown hard as steel. "There was no harm in the letter, only in the way it was worded. Your wife was good as an angel, and you know it. But she wrote like a fool. Sit down. We are not going to talk about her." "Well, what are we going to talk about?" said Gower with a certain insolence. "About the draught in the chimney," said Charnock. "Sit down. Don't be a fool. Mine is the only loaded gun in the gun-room. The only one, perhaps, that has a notch in the stock. Sit down, you overbearing, insolent, pot-bellied swine, and listen." Charnock, it seemed, was rising superior to his surroundings with a vengeance. His cold, unblinking eyes, his blue, shining automatic, dominated the scene. "You're drunk," said Gower. "Crazy." "If I am drunk," said Charnock, "it is with righteousness. If I am crazy, it is you who have made me so. You who have so battened and fattened upon the felony that has made the waste places of the earth my home, its outcasts and unfortunates my companions. I am drunk with knowledge, the knowledge that with all your millions you have done no good in the world, and that I, for all the houndings of poverty and unsuccess, have done a little, and shall not be turned back now from doing more. You cannot take your eyes off my little pistol. I return it to its pocket in my ready-made suit of clothes. Do not forget that it is there. Pour out a drink if you like. It's on the house. The ferret's house. See the ferret there, over the mantel? He is worrying the life out of the fat rabbit, just as I am going to worry the life out of you. This room, he continued in a milder tone, you might have called it a reminiscent tone, was Uncle's office in the old days. Here he had his papers all in order in the old days, all docketed, all neatly tied with tape. The night he lay dying, the doctors about him, his favourite nephew, though I say it that shouldn't, the servants gathered in the hall, weeping. The night the good old man, the good friend, the more than father, lay dying, this room was broken into by thieves. Gower had grown pale as death. You, said Charnock, the worthless, lying, cheque-forging son, who had been forbidden the house and the countenance of the father, aided by a thug, a common thief, a second-story man, broke into this room. Prove it, cried Gower suddenly. Prove it, damn you, prove it. Your friend, the second-story man, is dead, said Charnock. But it was not for nothing that God brought us two together in the painted desert, not for nothing that I shared my water bottle with him, and that he shared the secret of your great wealth with me. Prove it? I can prove nothing in a court of law. The man is dead. But I am not arguing this case before a justice, perhaps of your making, or a jury of your peers, if so be that you are not peerless in wickedness and arrogance and bestiality. Nor am I arguing this case before the highest court of all. I am merely stating it. The lawyers had been in this room, your father's secretary, the man of business. They had left a good fire going. Hearing steps in the hall, you had no time to tear your father's will to pieces. You threw it whole untorn into the flames, and to your horror you saw it carried unscathed, uninjured, up the chimney. You, too, have searched the grounds about this house and the roofs above it for a scrap of paper. You had the right, you were free of the place from which your general rottenness and dishonour had got you driven. There was no will, it was your house, you could enter without a jimmy, you could go by a door. At first you came and went with the fear of hell upon you. Each day you expected that the will would be found and that you would once more be driven forth. But winter came and went, and it seemed to you that the document must surely have perished. Your conscience never troubled you, only the fear of being ousted, pride like some stinking grub from the rich fruit of which you were fattening. Always admired your imagination, said Gower. He had been thinking as rapidly as he could, and had come to the conclusion that since nothing could be proved against him, nothing could be known. Why not take this tale of woe to someone who'd enjoy listening to it, he said. I don't. Buttonhole some discontented person, and do the Ancient Mariner. You expected a legacy. You were disappointed. Jealousy inspires your tale. Who would take your word against mine? Ah, said Charnock, you haven't been rich for nothing. Wealth has taught you something. It is not, however, your words that would be believed over mine, but your money. But you yourself believe my jealous imaginings, don't you? He had for answer only the rich man's short, ugly laugh. You married, Charnock went on. The girl, goaded by those who should have protected her, went pale to the altar. Her heart was never yours. One day the old gardener, to whom she had been kind, sent for her. He was dying. He had a paper that he thought she ought to see. He had found it in the garden. He had had it for a long time. He ought, he knew, to have done something about it, but he had been afraid. When she had read the paper, your wife hid it. Why? Because she too was without honor? No, but because she was going to have a child. For the sake of her child, she hid that paper, and she kept it hidden for the sake of that child and for the sake of others that followed. But last year, when she knew that she was going to die, it seemed to her better that her children should starve than that she should go to her Maker with so low a crime upon her soul. So she wrote to me explaining what she had done and enclosing the will that you had thrown into the flames. But that she never knew, or she couldn't have kept silent all these years. Of course, she said in her letter, if my husband had ever known of this, you would have had your rights. It is all my crime, all my selfishness. Come to the point, said Gower. What are you driving at? Why, said Charnock, I have the will. You will have to prove that it is not a forgery. It will cost you money to prove that, much money. He laughed his laugh. It will cost nothing. We shall not appear against each other in a court of law. Our court is here, face to face in this room. We shall settle our differences. Your idea is to despoil me of everything? Despoil? That is a hard word to swallow. I shall take nothing from you that is yours, not even your life. In self-defense, I might kill you. Attack me if you like and see. Gower's heavy face worked hard as if he were chewing some tough substance. That his cousin really had the will, he had no real doubt. That his cousin could really despoil him, he had some doubts, but they were not altogether satisfactory. A compromise of some sort suggested itself as the best way out of the difficulty, and when he spoke to that end, it was in a milder and more agreeable voice. Come, old man, he said, you've had a rough deal. What'll you take for the will? You mean how much money? Charnock smiled sweetly. My conscience, he said, is worth far more to me than any amount of money. Your children have not injured me knowingly. Blood? Yes, that's it. After all, you don't want to bring harm and scandal on your own blood. Yours and mine? Charnock laughed melodiously. I am thinking of the children not because they are cousins, but in spite of the fact. I will not hurt them simply because her blood is in them. Understand that. Our noble blue strain does not count with me. No, my property shall go intact to her children. After your death, sneered Gower. No, said Charnock, after yours. If that's all that's troubling you, be assured that according to my will, the property goes to them in equal shares. So all this hullabaloo is rather fool work. Who'd I leave the stuff to if not to them? Your wit works slowly, said Charnock. Your death in the course of nature is too uncertain, too far off, perhaps, to fill my purposes. Do you believe in hell? Do you? I should like to see the question tested tonight in your person. I suppose you think I'd come flying back to tell you. It would be sufficient, said Charnock, if you found out for yourself that there was such a place, and by my soul, I think you will. Gower's fears were rising, for Charnock did not seem to him altogether sane. But you're not going to kill me? Not if you will save me the trouble. It is fitting that you should kill yourself. First, you are not fit to live, and second, you know it. I shall leave my little automatic with you. I shall join the young people, and when I hear a shot, I shall burn the will. How do I know you will? because you know that I will." The steely eyes glinted with the firm light of unassailable honor. "Show it to me." "There, then. Is that it, or isn't it?" As if finally acknowledging defeat, Gower gave one troubled look at the document and allowed his head to fall forward on his breast. Then, treacherous, quick as lightning, he snatched at the will and gave a sharp cry as if he had been stung by a wasp. His hand had closed not on destructive paper, but on a tube of cold steel. "I was naturally quicker than you," said Charnock, "mentally and physically. Circumstances have developed the faculty in me and diminished it in you. Here, take the pistol." He threw it on the tray among the glasses and the bottles. "It's cocked. Put the muzzle in your mouth and pull the trigger. I shall expect to hear a shot in about 5 minutes." It occurred to Gower to seize the weapon and turn it upon Charnock, but the fateful, untroubled, almost smiling glint in the pale grey eyes deterred him. Furthermore, it flashed upon him that Charnock was so insane as to believe that, left alone with a pistol, he, Gower, would actually make a suicidal use of it. The idea was so ridiculous that when the door of the gun-room had closed upon the figure of Charnock, the wealthy malefactor was actually able to laugh. He took out his watch and laid it on the table beside the pistol. 5 minutes be it, he said, and poured a soft drink of whisky with a hand that still shook a little. It was a more efficient, a more presentable Cousin Bill Charnock who rejoined the young Gowers in front of the big fire in the living-room. His thoughts were no longer upon his ready-made clothes. He was no longer abashed and humble. He began to talk as he entered the room. He told them that they made a pleasant picture about the fire. He told them, leaning on the back of a chair and looking into the flames, that all the most romantic and exciting incidents of his life were connected with the fires. Not conflagrations, you know, but fires under control, fires for cooking or for warmth or for destroying papers. He drifted into a story, coming in front of the chair on which he had been leaning and sinking into its leather depths. "Once," he said, "I was a man of war, but there wasn't enough men of war on our side. Avocado, the capital of the little republic, was so hemmed in by the rebels that it became necessary to transfer the seat of government and the state archives to the summer capital, a town of infinitesimal size, but formidable strength in the mountains. As aide-de-camp, I accompanied the president in his, we call it change of base. The enemy called it retreat. After 3 days in which we had very little to eat and nothing to keep us going but the president's gifts as a joker and a storyteller, we were captured while trying to cross a swollen river. Our captors didn't know who we were, for we were not in uniform, and if we could get rid of certain incriminating papers which had been divided among us, there was a chance of prolonging our lives until our party should be in the ascendant. We were not searched immediately. The president rode off between 2 men, talking gaily and making them laugh. The rest of us followed, each between 2 of our captors with drawn swords. In crossing a stream, the president's sword and scabbard, of which he had not been deprived, came loose and fell into the water. Some attempt was made to recover them, but the mud was deep. The little man, he made you think of a quadromain, made a great fuss over his loss. I could hardly keep from laughing aloud, for I knew that the blade of his sword was but 6 inches long, and that the space thus left empty in the scabbard was stuffed with incriminating papers. But presently, though he had other papers scattered about his person, he was laughing again and joking and telling stories. That night, about the campfire, captor and captives, we listened for hours to stories that the little president told Oh, the true romance sat on that man's shoulders. Stories tragic and gay, dramatic, wholesomely indecent, pathetic and comic, fell from his lips in a steady stream of bright colouring and miraculously chosen words. He held us fascinated, spellbound in the ring of light. Cigars and cigarettes kept going out, which, perhaps, among Spaniards is greater tribute to an artist than hand-clapping and bravos. In particular, the President's cigar kept going out. I can see him now, talking all the while, looking here and there for something with which to light it. Finally he begins to feel at random in his pockets, comes out presently with a piece of paper, lights it at the fire, lights his cigar, and sees the remainder of the piece of paper burnt to ashes. One by one, piece by piece, talking all the time, he destroyed all the tangible evidence against him that was in his pockets, and, under cover of his talk, the rest of us followed suit. If our lives hadn't seemed to hang upon the destruction, it would have been comic. Our captors were farm boys, yokels, not stupid, but easily taken in. I remember I had one paper. Here Charnock reached into his pocket and pulled out his uncle's will. As big as this. I had rid myself of everything else. He sat well forward on the edge of his deep chair, and his hands close to the first, began nonchalantly to roll the document between his thumb and forefinger, beginning at one corner into a sort of long lighter. I don't know why, but my nerves began to go to pieces. I couldn't stick the thing into the flames. It seemed to me as if I had to wait until something happened that would draw all eyes in another direction. What was that? Of the five, Charnock alone did not show any concern. He leaned still further forward and thrust the will into the flames, where it was almost instantly consumed. Bob had risen to his feet. "It sounded like a pistol shot," he said. "What the deuce?" "Hope," drawled Evelyn. "Father knew it was loaded. Better go see if it's anything, somebody." But there was no need. Gower, his face at once evil and sheepish, thrust open a door and came in. He carried Charnock's pistol in one hand. "Did you hear a shot?" he said. "Damn new-fangled weapons. I might have hurt myself." "What happened, father?" "Oh, I almost had an accident." His eyes, very watchful for him, were on Charnock. This one rose lazily, his back to the fire, his hands thrust into the pockets of his ready-made coat. "I almost had an accident too," he said, smiling. "I was telling these young people a story, and in my excitement I almost burned a valuable paper." "Almost." Gower's voice trembled a little. "Yes," said Charnock slowly. "The paper I actually burned was a facsimile." A kind of black rage rose in Gower's face. He had put his cousin down for a simpleton. He had thought, by firing a shot, to accomplish the destruction of the will. He lurched forward, making with his pistol hand a gesture that may or may not have been threatening. "You," he began, but the cold glint in Charnock's eyes cut him short. "I had forgotten to tell you young people," said Charnock, "that when I was captured they took the revolvers from my holsters, but I was never a man to depend upon the obvious, and I had in reserve in my jacket pocket a pair of 41 caliber Derringers, old style. I was so expert with these that I could have shot through the cloth of my pockets and killed my man at, the distance from me to your father. Better carry that automatic back to the gun-room, hadn't you, before you have a real accident?" He laughed cheerfully, while Gower, without a word, turned and went back to the gun-room. End of The Man in the Ready-Made Suit by Governor Morris.
The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lord. The Monkey's Paw. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa, the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. Check. "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. The pathway's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged too loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and, opening the door, was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The Sergeant Major shook hands, and, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whisky and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look round a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the Sergeant Major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakers and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the Sergeant Major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the Sergeant Major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old faker," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it." His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the ball." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It's caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward. If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter, as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second instalment of the soldier's adventures in India. If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us, said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want. If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200, then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved!" he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again, while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night. "And something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shrivelled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White, "at the idea of our listening to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said things happen so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant-majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, that I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room, and her husband's coat, a garment which she usually reserved for the garden. She then waited, as patiently as her sex would permit, for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Muggins." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked, breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down, and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir." And he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that, thank—" She broke off suddenly, as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery?" repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it, as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. "I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services They wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand and, rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. "Where? Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour, on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was not that enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you're mad!" he cried, aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish, oh, my boy, my boy!" Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" Coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days, and besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour. and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish," she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish," repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another. And at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot. It was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go! I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert. I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down! I can't reach it!" But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp, flickering opposite, shone on a quiet and deserted road. End of The Monkey's Paw, read by Alan Lord.
The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell, Part 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Sean. The Most Dangerous Game, Part 1. Off there to the right, somewhere, is a large island, said Whitney. It's rather a mystery. What island is it? Rainsford asked. The old charts call it Ship Trap Island, Whitney replied. A suggestive name, isn't it? Sailors have a curious dread of the place. I don't know why. Some superstition. Can't see it, remarked Rainsford, trying to peer through the dank tropical night that was palpable as it pressed its thick, warm blackness in upon the yacht. You've good eyes, said Whitney with a laugh. And I've seen you pick off a moose moving in the brown fall bush at 400 yards. But even you can't see 4 miles or so through a moonless Caribbean night. Nor 4 yards, admitted Rainsford. Ugh, it's like moist black velvet. It will be light enough in Rio, promised Whitney. We should make it in a few days. I hope the Jaguar guns have come from Purdy's. We should have some good hunting up the Amazon. Great sport, hunting. The best sport in the world, agreed Rainsford. For the hunter, amended Whitney. Not for the Jaguar. Don't talk rot, Whitney, said Rainsford. You're a big game hunter, not a philosopher. Who cares how Jaguar feels? Perhaps the Jaguar does, observed Whitney. Bah, they've no understanding. Even so, I rather think they understand one thing. Fear. The fear of pain and the fear of death. Nonsense, laughed Rainsford. This hot weather is making you soft, Whitney. Be a realist. The world is made up of 2 classes, the hunters and the huntees. Luckily, you and I are hunters. Do you think we've passed that island yet? I can't tell in the dark. I hope so. Why? Asked Rainsford. The place has a reputation. A bad one. Cannibals? Suggested Rainsford. Hardly. Even cannibals wouldn't live in such a godforsaken place. But it's gotten into sailor lore somehow. Didn't you notice that the crew's nerves seemed a bit jumpy today? They were a bit strange now that you mention it. Even Captain Nielsen, yes, even that tough-minded old Swede, who'd go up to the devil himself and ask him for a light. Those fishy blue eyes held a look I never saw there before. All I could get out of him was, "This place has an evil name among seafaring men, sir." Then he said to me, very gravely, "Don't you feel anything?" As if the air about us was actually poisonous. Now, you mustn't laugh when I tell you this. I did feel something like a sudden chill. There was no breeze. The sea was as flat as a plate glass window. We were drawing near the island then. What I felt was a mental chill. A sort of sudden dread. "Pure imagination," said Rainsford. "One superstitious sailor can taint the whole ship's company with his fear. Maybe, but sometimes I think sailors have an extra sense that tells them when they are in danger. Sometimes I think evil is a tangible thing, with wavelengths just as sound and light have. An evil place can, so to speak, broadcast vibrations of evil. Anyhow, I'm glad we're getting out of this zone. Well, I think I'll turn in now, Rainsford." "I'm not sleepy," said Rainsford. "I'm going to smoke another pipe up on the afterdeck." "Good night, then, Rainsford. See you at breakfast." "Right. Good night, Whitney." There was no sound in the night as Rainsford sat there but the muffled throb of the engine that drove the yacht swiftly through the darkness, and the swish and ripple of the wash of the propeller. Rainsford, reclining in a steamer chair, indolently puffed on his favorite briar. The sensuous drowsiness of the night was on him. "It's so dark," he thought, "that I could sleep without closing my eyes. The night would be my eyelids." An abrupt sound startled him. Off to the right he heard it, and his ears, expert in such matters, could not be mistaken. Again he heard the sound, and again, somewhere off in the blackness, someone had fired a gun 3 times. Rainsford sprang up and moved quickly to the rail, mystified. He strained his eyes in the direction from which the reports had come, but it was like trying to see through a blanket. He leaped upon the rail and balanced himself there to get greater elevation. His pipe, striking a rope, was knocked from his mouth. He lunged for it. A short, hoarse cry came from his lips as he realized he had reached too far and had lost his balance. The cry was pinched off short as the blood-warm waters of the Caribbean Sea closed over his head. He struggled up to the surface and tried to cry out, but the wash from the speeding yacht slapped him in the face, and the salt water in his open mouth made him gag and strangle. Desperately, he struck out with strong strokes after the receding lights of the yacht, but he stopped before he had swum 50 feet. A certain cool-headedness had come to him. It was not the first time he had been in a tight place. There was a chance that his cries could be heard by someone aboard the yacht, but that chance was slender, and grew more slender as the yacht raced on. He wrestled himself out of his clothes and shouted with all his power. The light of the yacht became faint and ever-vanishing fireflies. Then they were blotted out entirely by the night. Rainsford remembered the shots. They had come from the right, and doggedly he swam in that direction, swimming with slow, deliberate strokes, conserving his strength. For a seemingly endless time he fought the sea. He began to count his strokes. He could do possibly 100 more, and then Rainsford heard a sound. It came out of the darkness. A high, screaming sound. The sound of an animal in an extremity of anguish and terror. He did not recognize the animal that made the sound. He did not try to. With fresh vitality, he swam toward the sound. He heard it again. Then it was cut short by another noise. Crisp staccato. "Pistol shot," muttered Rainsford, swimming on. 10 minutes of determined effort brought another sound to his ears. The most welcome he had ever heard. The muttering and growling of the sea breaking on a rocky shore. He was almost on the rocks before he saw them. On a night less calm, he would have been shattered against them. With his remaining strength, he dragged himself from the swirling waters. Jagged crags appeared to jut up into the opaqueness. He forced himself upward, hand over hand. Gasping, his hands raw, he reached a flat place at the top. Dense jungle came down to the very edge of the cliffs. What perils that tangle of trees and underbrush might hold for him did not concern Rainsford just then. All he knew was that he was safe from his enemy, the sea, and that utter weariness was on him. He flung himself down at the jungle edge and tumbled headlong into the deepest sleep of his life. When he opened his eyes, He knew from the position of the sun that it was late in the afternoon. Sleep had given him new vigor. A sharp hunger was picking at him. He looked about him almost cheerfully. Where there are pistol shots, there are men. Where there are men, there is food, he thought. But what kind of men, he wondered, in so forbidding a place? An unbroken front of snarled and ragged jungle fringed the shore. He saw no sign of a trail through the closely knit web of weeds and trees. It was easier to go along the shore, and Rainsford floundered along by the water. Not far from where he had landed, he stopped. Some wounded thing, by the evidence a large animal, had thrashed about in the underbrush. The jungle weeds were crushed down, and the moss was lacerated. One patch of weeds was stained crimson. A small, glittering object not far away caught Rainsford's eye, and he picked it up. It was an empty cartridge. A .22, he remarked. That's odd. It must have been a fairly large animal, too. The hunter had his nerve with him to tackle it with a light gun. It's clear that the brute put up a fight. I suppose the first 3 shots I heard was when the hunter flushed his quarry and wounded it. The last shot was when he trailed it here and finished it. He examined the ground closely and found what he had hoped to find: the print of hunting boots. They pointed along the cliff in the direction he had been going. Eagerly he hurried along, now slipping on a rotten log or a loose stone, but making headway. Night was beginning to settle down on the island. Bleak darkness was blacking out the sea and jungle when Rainsford sighted the lights. He came upon them as he turned a crook in the coastline, and his first thought was that he had come upon a village, for there were many lights. But as he forged along, he saw to his great astonishment that all the lights were in one enormous building, a lofty structure with pointed towers plunging upward into the gloom. His eyes made out the shadowy outlines of a palatial chateau. It was set on a high bluff, and on 3 sides of its cliffs dived down to where the sea licked greedy lips in the shadows. Mirage, thought Rainsford. But it was no mirage he found when he opened the tall, spiked iron gate. The stone steps were real enough. The massive door, with a leering gargoyle for a knocker, was real enough. Yet about it all hung an air of unreality. He lifted the knocker, and it creaked up stiffly as if it had never before been used. He let it fall, and it startled him with its booming loudness. He thought he heard steps within. The door remained closed. Again, Rainsford lifted the heavy knocker and let it fall. The door opened then. Opened as suddenly as if it were on a spring, and Rainsford stood blinking in the river of glaring gold light that poured out. The first thing Rainsford's eyes discerned was the largest man Rainsford had ever seen. A gigantic creature, solidly made and black-bearded to the waist. In his hand, the man held a long-barreled revolver, and he was pointing it straight at Rainsford's heart. Out of the snarl of beard, two small eyes regarded Rainsford. "Don't be alarmed," said Rainsford with a smile which he hoped was disarming. "I'm no robber. I fell off a yacht. My name is Songer Rainsford of New York City." The menacing look in the eyes did not change. The revolver pointed as rigidly as if the giant were a statue. He gave no sign that he understood Rainsford's words, or that he had even heard them. He was dressed in uniform, a black uniform trimmed with gray astrakhan. "I'm Songer Rainsford of New York City," Rainsford began again. "I fell off a yacht. I am hungry." The man's only answer was to raise with his thumb the hammer of his revolver. Then Rainsford saw the man's free hand go to his forehead in a military salute, and saw him click his heels together and stand at attention. Another man was coming down the broad marble steps. An erect, slender man in evening clothes. He advanced to Rainsford and held out his hand. In a cultivated voice marked by a slight accent that gave it added precision and deliberateness, he said, "It is a very great pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Songer Rainsford, the celebrated hunter, to my home." Automatically, Rainsford shook the man's hand. "I've read your book about hunting snow leopards in Tibet, you see," explained the man. "I am General Zaroff." Rainsford's first impression was that the man was singularly handsome. His second was that there was an original, almost bizarre quality about the general's face. He was a tall man past middle age, for his hair was a vivid white, but his thick eyebrows and pointed military mustache were as black as the night from which Rainsford had come. His eyes, too, were black and very bright. He had high cheekbones, a sharp-cut nose, a spare, dark face. The face of a man used to giving orders. The face of an aristocrat. Turning to the giant in uniform, the general made a sign. The giant put away his pistol, saluted, withdrew. "Ivan is an incredibly strong fellow," remarked the general, "but he has the misfortune to be deaf and dumb. A simple fellow, but, I'm afraid, like all his race, a bit of savage." "Is he Russian?" "He is a Cossack," said the general, and his smile showed red lips and pointed teeth. "So am I." "Come," he said, "we shouldn't be chatting here. We can talk later. Now you want clothes, food, rest. You shall have them. This is a most restful spot." Ivan had reappeared, and the general spoke to him with lips that moved, but gave forth no sound. "Follow Ivan, if you please, Mr. Rainsford," said the general. "I was about to have my dinner when you came. I'll wait for you. You'll find that my clothes will fit you, I think." It was to a huge beam-ceilinged bedroom with a canopied bed big enough for 6 men that Rainsford followed the silent giant. Ivan laid out an evening suit, and Rainsford, as he put it on, noticed that it came from a London tailor who ordinarily cut and sewed for none below the rank of duke. The dining room to which Ivan conducted him was in many ways remarkable. There was a medieval magnificence about it. It suggested a baronial hall of feudal times with its oaken panels, its high ceiling, its vast refectory table where 20 men could sit down to eat. About the hall were the mounted heads of many animals: lions, tigers, elephants, moose, bears. Larger or more perfect specimens Rainsford had never seen. At the great table the general was sitting alone. "You'll have a cocktail, Mr. Rainsford," he suggested. The cocktail was surpassingly good, and, Rainsford noted, the table appointments were of the finest. The linen, the crystal, the silver, the china. They were eating borscht, the rich red soup with whipped cream so dear to Russian palates. Half apologetically, General Zaroff said, "We do our best to preserve the amenities of civilization here. Please forgive any lapses. We are well off the beaten track, you know. Do you think the champagne has suffered from its long ocean trip?" "Not in the least," declared Rainsford. He was finding the general a most thoughtful and affable host, a true cosmopolite. But there was one small trait of the general that made Rainsford uncomfortable. Whenever he looked up from his plate, he found the general studying him, appraising him narrowly. "Perhaps," said General Zaroff, "you were surprised that I recognized your name. You see, I read all books on hunting published in English, French, and Russian. I have but one passion in my life, Mr. Rainsford, and it is the hunt. You have some wonderful heads here," said Rainsford as he ate a particularly well-cooked filet mignon. "That Cape buffalo is the largest I ever saw." "Oh, that fellow. Yes, he was a monster." "Did he charge you?" "Hurled me against a tree," said the general. "Fractured my skull, but I got the brute." "I've always thought," said Rainsford, "that the Cape buffalo is the most dangerous of all big game." For a moment the general did not reply. He was smiling his curious red-lipped smile. Then he said slowly, "No, you are wrong, sir. The Cape buffalo is not the most dangerous big game." He sipped his wine. "Here in my preserve on this island," he said in the same slow tone, "I hunt more dangerous game." Rainsford expressed his surprise. "Is there big game on this island?" The general nodded. "The biggest." "Really?" "Oh, it isn't here naturally, of course. I have to stock the island." "What have you imported, General?" Rainsford asked. "Tigers?" The general smiled. "No," he said. "Hunting tigers ceased to interest me some years ago. I exhausted their possibilities, you see. No thrill left in tigers, no real danger. I live for danger, Mr. Rainsford." The general took from his pocket a gold cigarette case and offered his guest a long black cigarette with a silver tip. It was perfumed and gave off a smell like incense. "We will have some capital hunting, you and I," said the general. "I shall be most glad to have your society. But what game?" began Rainsford. "I'll tell you," said the general. "You will be amused, I know. I think I may say, in all modesty, that I have done a rare thing. I have invented a new sensation. May I pour you another glass of port, Mr. Rainsford?" "Thank you, General." The general filled both glasses and said, "God makes some men poets, some he makes kings, some beggars. Me he made a hunter. My hand was made for the trigger, my father said. He was a very rich man with 250,000 acres in the Crimea. and he was an ardent sportsman. When I was only 5 years old, he gave me a little gun, specially made in Moscow for me to shoot sparrows with. When I shot some of his prize turkeys with it, he did not punish me. He complimented me on my marksmanship. I killed my first bear in the Caucasus when I was 10. My whole life has been one prolonged hunt. I went into the army. It was expected of noblemen's sons, and for a time commanded a division of Cossack cavalry. But my real interest was always the hunt. I have hunted every kind of game in every land. It would be impossible for me to tell you how many animals I have killed. The general puffed at his cigarette. After the debacle in Russia, I left the country, for it was imprudent for an officer of the Tsar to stay there. Many noble Russians lost everything. I, luckily, had invested heavily in American securities, so I shall never have to open a tea room in Monte Carlo or drive a taxi in Paris. Naturally, I continued to hunt. Grizzlies in your Rockies, crocodiles in the Ganges, rhinoceroses in East Africa. It was in Africa that the Cape buffalo hit me and laid me up for 6 months. As soon as I recovered, I started for the Amazon to hunt jaguars, for I had heard they were unusually cunning. They weren't. The Cossack sighed. They were no match at all for a hunter with his wits about him, and a high-powered rifle. I was bitterly disappointed. I was lying in my tent with a splitting headache one night when a terrible thought pushed its way into my mind. Hunting was beginning to bore me. And hunting, remember, had been my life. I have heard that in America businessmen often go to pieces when they give up the business that has been their life. Yes, that's so, said Rainsford. The general smiled. I had no wish to go to pieces, he said. I must do something. Now mine is an analytical mind, Mr. Rainsford. Doubtless that is why I enjoy the problems of the chase. No doubt, General Zaroff. So, continued the general, I asked myself why the hunt no longer fascinated me. You are much younger than I am, Mr. Rainsford, and have not hunted as much. But you perhaps can guess the answer. What was it? Simply this. Hunting had ceased to be what you call a sporting proposition. It had become too easy. I always got my quarry. Always. There is no greater bore than perfection. The general lit a fresh cigarette. No animal had a chance with me anymore. That is no boast. It is a mathematical certainty. The animal had nothing but his legs and his instinct. Instinct is no match for reason. When I thought of this, it was a tragic moment for me, I can tell you. Rainsford leaned across the table, absorbed in what his host was saying. It came to me as an inspiration what I must do. The general went on. And that was? The general smiled the quiet smile of one who has faced an obstacle and surmounted it with success. I had to invent a new animal to hunt, he said. A new animal? You're joking. Not at all, said the general. I never joke about hunting. I needed a new animal. I found one. So I bought this island, built this house, and here I do my hunting. The island is perfect for my purposes. There are jungles with a maze of trails in them, hills, swamps. But the animal, General Zaroff? Oh, said the general. It supplies me with the most exciting hunting in the world. No other hunting compares with it for an instant. Every day I hunt, and I never grow bored now, for I have a quarry with which I can match my wits. Rainsford's bewilderment showed in his face. I wanted the ideal animal to hunt, explained the general. So I said, what are the attributes of an ideal quarry? And the answer was, of course, it must have courage, cunning, and above all, it must be able to reason. But no animal can reason, objected Rainsford. My dear fellow, said the general, there is one that can. But you can't mean, gasped Rainsford. And why not? I can't believe you are serious, General Zaroff. This is a grisly joke. Why should I not be serious? I am speaking of hunting. Hunting? Good God, General Zaroff, what you speak of is murder. The general laughed with entire good nature. He regarded Rainsford quizzically. I refuse to believe that so modern and civilized a young man as you seem to be harbors romantic ideas about the value of human life. Surely your experiences in the war did not make me condone cold-blooded murder, finished Rainsford stiffly. Laughter shook the general. How extraordinarily droll you are, he said. One does not expect nowadays to find a young man of the educated class, even in America, with such a naive and, if I may say so, mid-Victorian point of view. It's like finding a snuff box in a limousine. Ah, well, doubtless you had Puritan ancestors. So many Americans appear to have had. I'll wager you'll forget your notions when you go hunting with me. You've a genuine new thrill in store for you, Mr. Rainsford.
Thank you. I'm a hunter, not a murderer.
Dear me, said the general, quite unruffled. Again that unpleasant word. But I think I can show you that your scruples are quite ill-founded.
Yes?
Life is for the strong, to be lived by the strong, and, if needs be, taken by the strong. The weak of the world were put here to give the strong pleasure. I am strong. Why should I not use my gift? If I wish to hunt, why should I not? I hunt the scum of the earth. Sailors from tramp ships. Lascars, blacks, Chinese, whites, mongrels. A thoroughbred horse or hound is worth more than a score of them.
But they are men,
said Rainsford hotly. Precisely, said the general. That is why I use them. It gives me pleasure. They can reason after a fashion, so they are dangerous.
But where do you get them?
The general's left eyelid fluttered down in a wink. This island is called Ship Trap, he answered. Sometimes an angry god of the high seas sends them to me. Sometimes, when Providence is not so kind, I help Providence a bit. Come to the window with me.
Rainsford went to the window and looked out toward the sea.
Watch, out there, exclaimed the general, pointing into the night. Rainsford's eyes saw only blackness, and then, as the general pressed a button, far out to sea, Rainsford saw the flash of lights. The general chuckled.
They indicate a channel,
he said, where there's none. Giant rocks with razor edges crouch like a sea monster with wide open jaws. They can crush a ship as easily as I crush this nut. He dropped a walnut on the hardwood floor and brought his heel grinding down on it. Oh, yes, he said casually, as if in answer to a question. I have electricity. We try to be civilized here.
Civilized? And you shoot down men?
A trace of anger was in the general's black eyes. But it was there for but a second, and he said, in his most pleasant manner, Dear me, what a righteous young man you are! I assure you, I do not do the thing you suggest. That would be barbarous. I treat these visitors with every consideration. They get plenty of good food and exercise. They get into splendid physical condition. You shall see for yourself tomorrow. What do you mean? We'll visit my training school, smiled the general. It's in the cellar. I have about 12 pupils down there now. They're from the Spanish bark, Sanlúcar, that had the bad luck to go on the rocks cut there. A very inferior lot, I regret to say. Poor specimens, and more accustomed to the deck than to the jungle. He raised his hand, and Ivan, who served as a waiter, brought thick Turkish coffee. Rainsford, with an effort, held his tongue in check. It's a game, you see, pursued the general blandly. I suggest to one of them that we go hunting. I give him a supply of food and an excellent hunting knife. I give him 3 hours' start. I am to follow, armed only with a pistol of the smallest caliber and range. If my quarry eludes me for 3 whole nights, he wins the game. If I find him, the general smiled, he loses. Suppose he refuses to be hunted? Oh, said the general, I give him his option, of course. He need not play that game if he doesn't wish to. If he does not wish to hunt, I turn him over to Ivan. Ivan once had the honor of serving as official neuter to the great white Tsar, and he has his own ideas of sport. Invariably, Mr. Rainsford, invariably they choose the hunt. And if they win? The smile on the general's face widened. To date, I have not lost, he said. Then he added hastily, I don't wish you to think me a braggart, Mr. Rainsford. Many of them afford only the most elementary sort of problem. Occasionally I strike a Tartar. One almost did win. I eventually had to use the dogs. The dogs? This way, please. I'll show you. The general steered Rainsford to a window. The lights from the windows sent a flickering illumination that made grotesque patterns on the courtyard below, and Rainsford could see moving about there 12 or so huge black shapes. As they turned toward him, their eyes glittered greenly. A rather good lot, I think, observed the general. They are let out at 7 every night. If anyone should try to get into my house or out of it, something extremely regrettable would occur to him. He hummed a snatch of song from the Folies Bergère. And now, said the general, I want to show you my new collection of heads. Will you come with me to the library? I hope, said Rainsford, that you will excuse me tonight, General Zaroff. I'm really not feeling at all well. Ah, indeed? The general inquired solicitously. Well, I suppose that's only natural after your long swim. You need a good, restful night's sleep. Tomorrow you'll feel like a new man, I'll wager. Then we'll hunt, eh? I've one rather promising prospect. Rainsford was hurrying from the room. Sorry you can't go with me tonight, called the general. I expect rather fair sport. A big, strong black. He looks resourceful. Well, good night, Mr. Rainsford. I hope you'll have a good night's rest. The bed was good, and the pajamas of the softest silk, and he was tired in every fiber of his being. But, nevertheless, Rainsford could not quiet his brain with the opiate of sleep. He lay, eyes wide open. Once he thought he heard stealthy steps in the corridor outside his room. He sought to throw open the door. It would not open. He went to the window and looked out. His room was high up in one of the towers. The lights of the chateau were out now, and it was dark and silent. But there was a fragment of sallow moon, and by its wan light he could see dimly the courtyard. There, weaving in and out in the pattern of shadow, were black, noiseless forms. The hounds heard him at the window and looked up, expectantly, with their green eyes. Rainsford went back to the bed and lay down. By many methods he tried to put himself to sleep. He had achieved a doze when, just as morning began to come, he heard, far off in the jungle, the faint report of a pistol. General Zaroff did not appear until luncheon. He was dressed faultlessly in the tweeds of a country squire. He was solicitous about the state of Rainsford's health. As for me, sighed the general, I do not feel so well. I am worried, Mr. Rainsford. Last night I detected traces of my old complaint. To Rainsford's questioning glance, the general said, ennui, boredom. Then, taking a second helping of crepes Suzette, the general explained. The hunting was not good last night. The fellow lost his head. He made a straight trail that offered no problems at all. That's the trouble with these sailors. They have dull brains to begin with, and they do not know how to get about in the woods. They do excessively stupid and obvious things. It's most annoying. Will you have another glass of Chablis, Mr. Rainsford? General, said Rainsford firmly, I wish to leave this island at once. The general raised his thickets of eyebrows. He seemed hurt. But, my dear fellow, the general protested, you've only just come. You've had no hunting. I wish to go today, said Rainsford. he saw the dead black eyes of the general on him, studying him. General Zaroff's face suddenly brightened. He filled Rainsford's glass with venerable Chablis from a dusty bottle. "Tonight," said the general, "we will hunt, you and I." The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Sean. The Most Dangerous Game, Part 2. Rainsford shook his head. "No, General," he said, "I will not hunt." The general shrugged his shoulders and delicately ate a hothouse grape. "As you wish, my friend," he said. "The choice rests entirely with you. But may I not venture to suggest that you will find my idea of sport more diverting than Ivan's?" He nodded toward the corner to where the giant stood, scowling, his thick arms crossed on his hogshead of chest. "You don't mean—" cried Rainsford. "My dear fellow," said the general, "have I not told you I always mean what I say about hunting? This is really an inspiration. I drink to a foeman worthy of my steel at last." The general raised his glass, but Rainsford sat staring at him. "You'll find this game worth playing," the general said enthusiastically. "Your brain against mine. Your woodcraft against mine. Your strength and stamina against mine. Outdoor chess. And mistake is not without value, eh?" "And if I win," began Rainsford huskily, "I'll cheerfully acknowledge myself defeated if I do not find you by midnight of the third day," said General Zaroff. "My sloop will place you on the mainland near a town." The general read what Rainsford was thinking. "Oh, you can trust me," said the Cossack. "I will give you my word as a gentleman and a sportsman. Of course, you, in turn, must agree to say nothing of your visit here." "I'll agree to nothing of the kind," said Rainsford. "Oh," said the general. "In that case— but why discuss that now? 3 days hence we can discuss it over a bottle of Veuve Clicquot, unless—" The general sipped his wine. Then a business-like air animated him. "Ivan," he said to Rainsford, "will supply you with hunting clothes, food, a knife. I suggest you wear moccasins. They leave a poorer trail. I suggest, too, that you avoid the big swamp in the southeast corner of the island. We call it Death Swamp. There's quicksand there. One foolish fellow tried it. The deplorable part of it was that Lazarus followed him. You can't imagine my feelings, Mr. Rainsford. I loved Lazarus. He was the finest hound in my pack. Well, I must beg you to excuse me now. I always take a siesta after lunch. You'll hardly have time for a nap, I fear. You'll want to start, no doubt. I shall not follow you till dusk. Hunting at night is so much more exciting than by day. Don't you think? Au revoir, Mr. Rainsford. Au revoir. General Zaroff, with a deep, courtly bow, strolled from the room. From another door came Ivan. Under one arm he carried khaki hunting clothes, a haversack of food, a leather sheath containing a long-bladed hunting knife. His right hand rested on a cocked revolver thrust in the crimson sash about his waist. Rainsford had fought his way through the bush for 2 hours. I must keep my nerve. I must keep my nerve, he said through tight teeth. He had not been entirely clear-headed when the chateau gates snapped shut behind him. His whole idea at first was to put distance between himself and General Zaroff, and to this end he had plunged along, spurred on by the sharp growls of something very like panic. Now he had got a grip on himself, had stopped, and was taking stock of himself and the situation. He saw that straight flight was futile. Inevitably, it would bring him face to face with the sea. He was in a picture with a frame of water, and his operations clearly must take place within that frame. I'll give him a trail to follow, muttered Rainsford, and he struck off from the rude path he had been following into the trackless wilderness. He executed a series of intricate loops. He doubled on his tail again and again, recalling all the lore of the fox hunt and all the dodges of the fox. Night found him leg-weary, with hands and face lashed by the branches on a thickly wooded ridge. He knew it would be insane to blunder on through the dark, even if he had the strength. His need for rest was imperative, and he thought, I have played the fox. Now I must play the cat of the fable. A big tree with a thick trunk and outspread branches was nearby, and, taking care to leave not the slightest mark, he climbed up into the crotch, and stretching out on one of the broad limbs, after a fashion, rested. Rest brought him new confidence and almost a feeling of security. Even so zealous a hunter as General Zaroff could not trace him there, he told himself. Only the devil himself could follow that complicated trail through the jungle after dark. But perhaps the general was a devil. An apprehensive night crawled slowly by like a wounded snake, and sleep did not visit Rainsford, although the silence of a dead world was on the jungle. Toward morning, when a dingy gray was varnishing the sky, the cry of some startled bird focused Rainsford's attention in that direction. Something was coming through the bush, coming slowly, carefully, coming by the same winding way Rainsford had come. He flattened himself down on the limb, and through a screen of leaves almost as thick as tapestry, he watched. The thing that was approaching was a man. It was General Zaroff. He made his way along with his eyes fixed in utmost concentration on the ground before him. He paused almost beneath the tree, dropped to his knees, and studied the ground. Rainsford's impulse was to hurl himself down like a panther, but he saw that the general's right hand held something metallic, a small automatic pistol. The hunter shook his head several times as if he were puzzled. Then he straightened up and took from his case one of his black cigarettes. Its pungent incense-like smoke floated up to Rainsford's nostrils. Rainsford held his breath. The general's eyes had left the ground and were traveling inch by inch up the tree. Rainsford froze there, every muscle tensed for a spring. But the sharp eyes of the hunter stopped before they reached the limb where Rainsford lay. A smile spread over his brown face. Very deliberately, he blew a smoke ring into the air. Then he turned his back on the tree and walked carelessly away, back along the trail he had come. The swish of the underbrush against his hunting boots grew fainter and fainter. The pent-up air burst hotly from Rainsford's lungs. His first thought made him feel sick and numb. The general could follow a trail through the woods at night. He could follow an extremely difficult trail. He must have uncanny powers. Only by the merest chance had the Cossack failed to see his quarry. Rainsford's second thought was even more terrible. It sent a shudder of cold horror through his whole being. Why had the general smiled? Why had he turned back? Rainsford did not want to believe what his reason told him was true, but the truth was as evident as the sun that had by now pushed through the morning mists. The general was playing with him. The general was saving him for another day's sport. The Cossack was the cat. He was the mouse. Then it was that Rainsford knew the full meaning of terror. I will not lose my nerve. I will not. He slid down from the tree and struck off again into the woods. His face was set, and he forced the machinery of his mind to function. 300 yards from his hiding place, he stopped where a huge dead tree leaned precariously on a smaller living one. Throwing off his sack of food, Rainsford took his knife from its sheath and began to work with all his energy. The job was finished at last, and he threw himself down behind a fallen log 100 feet away. He did not have to wait long. The cat was coming again to play with the mouse. Following the trail with the sureness of a bloodhound came General Zaroff. Nothing escaped those searching black eyes. No crushed blade of grass, no bent twig, no mark, no matter how faint, in the moss. So intent was the Cossack on his stalking that he was upon the thing Rainsford had made before he saw it. His foot touched the protruding bow that was the trigger. Even as he touched it, the general sensed his danger and leaped back with the agility of an ape. But he was not quite quick enough. The dead tree, delicately adjusted to rest on the cut living one, crashed down and struck the general a glancing blow on the shoulder as it fell. But for his alertness, he must have been smashed beneath it. He staggered, but he did not fall, nor did he drop his revolver. He stood there, rubbing his injured shoulder, and Rainsford, with fear again gripping his heart, heard the general's mocking laugh ring through the jungle. "Rainsford," called the general, "if you are within sound of my voice, as I suppose you are, let me congratulate you. Not many men know how to make a Malay man-catcher. Luckily for me, I too have hunted in Malacca. You are proving interesting, Mr. Rainsford. I am going now to have my wound dressed. It's only a slight one, but I shall be back. I shall be back." When the general, nursing his bruised shoulder, had gone, Rainsford took up his flight again. It was flight now, a desperate, hopeless flight that carried him on for some hours. Dusk came, then darkness, and still he pressed on. The ground grew softer under his moccasins. The vegetation grew ranker, denser. Insects bit him savagely. Then, as he stepped forward, his foot sank into the ooze. He tried to wrench it back, but the muck sucked viciously at his foot, as if it were a giant leech. With a violent effort, he tore his foot loose. He knew where he was now, death swamp and its quicksand. His hands were tight closed, as if his nerve were something tangible that someone in the darkness was trying to tear from his grip. The softness of the earth had given him an idea. He stepped back from the quicksand 12 feet or so, and, like some huge prehistoric beaver, he began to dig. Rainsford had dug himself in France when a second's delay meant death. That had been a placid pastime compared to his digging now. The pit grew deeper. When it was above his shoulders, he climbed out and from some hard saplings cut stakes and sharpened them to a fine point. These stakes he planted in the bottom of the pit with the points sticking up. With flying fingers, he wove a rough carpet of weeds and branches, and with it he covered the mouth of the pit. Then, wet with sweat and aching with tiredness, he crouched behind the stump of a lightning-charred tree. He knew his pursuer was coming. He heard the padding sound of feet on the soft earth, and the night breeze brought him the perfume of the general's cigarette. It seemed to Rainsford that the general was coming with unusual swiftness. He was not feeling his way along foot by foot. Rainsford, crouching there, could not see the general, nor could he see the pit. He lived a year in a minute. Then he felt an impulse to cry aloud with joy, for he heard the sharp crackle of the breaking branches as the cover of the pit gave way. He heard the sharp scream of pain as the pointed stakes found their mark. He leaped up from his place of concealment. Then he cowered back. 3 feet from the pit, a man was standing with an electric torch in his hand. "You've done well, Rainsford," the voice of the general called. "Your Burmese tiger pit has claimed one of my best dogs. Again you score, I think, Mr. Rainsford. I'll see what you can do against my whole pack. I'm going home for a rest now. Thank you for a most amusing evening." At daybreak, Rainsford, lying near the swamp, was awakened by a sound that made him know he had new things to learn about fear. It was a distant sound, faint and wavering, but he knew it. It was the baying of a pack of hounds. Rainsford knew he could do one of two things. He could stay where he was and wait. That was suicide. He could flee. That was postponing the inevitable. For a moment he stood there, thinking. An idea that held a wild chance came to him, and tightening his belt, he headed away from the swamp. The baying of the hounds drew nearer, then still nearer, nearer, ever nearer. On a ridge, Rainsford climbed a tree. Down a watercourse, not a quarter of a mile away, he could see the bush moving. Straining his eyes, he saw the lean figure of General Zaroff just ahead of him. Rainsford made out another figure whose wide shoulders surged through the tall jungle weeds. It was the giant Ivan, and he seemed pulled forward by some unseen force. Rainsford knew that Ivan must be holding the pack in leash. They would be on him any minute now. His mind worked frantically. He thought of a native trick he had learned in Uganda. He slid down the tree. He caught hold of a springy young sapling, and to it he fastened his hunting knife, with the blade pointing down the trail. With a bit of wild grapevine, he tied back the sapling. Then he ran for his life. The hounds raised their voices as they hit the fresh scent. Rainsford knew now how an animal at bay feels. He had to stop to get his breath. The baying of the hounds stopped abruptly, and Rainsford's heart stopped too. They must have reached the knife. He shinned excitedly up a tree and looked back. His pursuers had stopped, but the hope that was in Rainsford's brain when he climbed died, for he saw in the shallow valley that General Zaroff was still on his feet. But Ivan was not. The knife, driven by the recoil of the springing tree, had not wholly failed. Rainsford had hardly tumbled to the ground when the pack took up the cry again. "Nerve, nerve, nerve," he panted as he dashed along. A blue gap showed beneath the trees dead ahead. Ever nearer drew the hounds. Rainsford forced himself on toward that gap. He reached it. It was the shore of the sea. Across a cove, he could see the gloomy gray stone of the chateau. 20 feet below him, the sea rumbled and hissed. Rainsford hesitated. He heard the hounds. Then he leaped far out into the sea. When the general and his pack reached the place by the sea, the Cossack stopped. For some minutes, he stood regarding the blue-green expanse of water. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he sat down, took a drink of brandy from a silver flask, lit a perfumed cigarette, and hummed a bit from Madama Butterfly. General Zaroff had an exceedingly good dinner in his great paneled dining hall that evening. With it he had a bottle of Pole Roger and half a bottle of Chambertin. 2 slight annoyances kept him from perfect enjoyment. One was the thought that it would be difficult to replace Ivan. The other was that his quarry had escaped him. Of course, the American hadn't played the game. So thought the general as he tasted his after-dinner liqueur. In his library he read, to soothe himself, from the works of Marcus Aurelius. At 10 he went up to his bedroom. He was deliciously tired, he said to himself, as he locked himself in. There was a little moonlight, so before turning on his light, he went to the window and looked down at the courtyard. He could see the great hounds, and he called, "Better luck another time," to them. Then he switched on the light. A man who had been hiding in the curtains of the bed was standing there. "Rainsford!" screamed the general. "How in God's name did you get here?" "Swam," said Rainsford. "I found it quicker than walking through the jungle." The general sucked in his breath and smiled. "I congratulate you," he said. "You have won the game." Rainsford did not smile. "I am still a beast at bay," he said in a low, hoarse voice. "Get ready, General Zaroff." The general made one of his deepest bows. "I see," he said. "Splendid. One of us is to furnish a repast for the hounds. The other will sleep in this very excellent bed. On guard, Rainsford." He had never slept in a better bed, Rainsford decided. End of The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell.
The Orange Opal by H. Thompson Rich. From Weird Tales, May, 1925. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. When the stone turned red, then ill fate befell its owner. The Orange Opal by H. Thompson Rich. It was set in a ring of plain gold, a magnificent stone of at least 5 carats, and Westland had worn it on his little finger for many years. There was a curious legend about it, handed down through generations in the family of the Hindu prince from whom he had won it at cards one night in Calcutta. A legend to the effect that the stone would turn red as a ruby were ill fate likely to befall its owner, thus warning him that he might take steps to protect himself and modify his destiny. The time had been when Westland and I were friends. That was in the East India Campaign, and after, when he was a young captain of Her Majesty the Queen, and I a lieutenant colonel. But with the passage of years, the love of a girl had come between us, and I was now his bitterest enemy, though I still professed friendship. I shall call the girl Cynthia. She was the daughter of one of the officers at the American Embassy in London, and our military standing brought us in touch with her socially. She was charming and gracious, and we both fell in love with her. But Westland, being younger, won her, and he placed on her finger, as a sign of troth, the orange opal. They were to be married in the fall. That was in 1914. Then came the war, and Westland was commissioned a colonel for service. I, too, was summoned, but being older and a trifle out of shape, was shelved. Oh, but I fumed. To no avail, however. They were doubly strict. Kitchener had come to the front, and he was all for fitness. So I stayed behind, and Westland went. Before going, he came to Cynthia and asked her for the ring. It would be well to have it with him, he said, to ward off danger in the trenches. He would give her another instead. But she was haughty and proud. She laughed. She asked him if he believed the silly legend connected with it. He had given it to her, she argued, and now she was going to keep it. If he insisted on having it back, however, he could have her promise. So he said no more and went without it, and she continued to wear on her engagement finger that glittering orange stone. When I heard that he had yielded to her whim, I gloated. Knowing the ways of the Hindu even better than he, and the curious trait their legends have of coming true, I was filled with satisfaction. Not only should I be even with him for his high-handed and insolent courtship of Cynthia, but I should have her as well, for now he would be without the means of warning, were danger imminent, and moreover, with him out of the way, I knew I could win his fiancée, for she had confessed to liking me less only to him. Truly, I had nothing to be despondent about. So, as the months passed, I managed to see a great deal of her, under the guise of proxy, always professing to maintain my old regard for Westland. I saw to it that she did not think overmuch of him. At first, I did no more than visit her at her home, but gradually I prevailed upon her to let me take her out, and we went together the rounds of the rather limited social life in London that winter. That set people talking, and somehow the rumor must have reached Westland in the muddy Flanders, for he wrote her sharply on the subject. Indignantly, she showed me the letter. Then she took off the opal ring, and would have laid it aside, when I asked her if I might wear it. For, I explained, though he has offended you, my friendship for Westland causes me to fear continually for his safety. Were I to have the ring always by me, I should then be able to watch it, and warn him if it should turn at any time to red. So you believe in that silly legend too? For a moment disdain showed in her face. Then her eyes softened. Very well, she laughed. Take it. So I slipped it on my finger, Westland's opal, which he had given her in token of engagement. I truly think that had she realized its full significance, had she believed there was anything in the legend, she would never have parted with the ring. He had indeed offended her, but even so, it was no more than a momentary fit of anger. In her own heart, she still loved Westland. Yet it is none of my concern, I argued. I love her madly, and all is fair in love, at least. So I stilled my conscience and smothered my shame in using my former friend so badly. And had I thought she would have accepted me, then I would have proposed to her on the spot. But I knew that Westland still came first with her, and that what she felt was nothing but a temporary annoyance, and would soon pass. So, though I hated to think of it thus, I knew that my only hope in winning her lay in Westland's death, and knowing this, I made of the ring an unholy, murderous shrine, watching it, forever watching it, praying that its clear orange hue would in some strange way deepen to red. And then, would I warn him? Ha ha! I would remain silent and let him die. Then I would go to Cynthia and ask her for her hand. So, through the weeks that followed, I watched and waited, until, chancing to look at the ring one morning as I woke, I beheld with shameful satisfaction that it had indeed changed its color during the night, for, so help me heaven, it was now flame red. How I ever kept the secret to myself during the days that ensued, I do not know. Of course, I could not wear the ring. That was out of the question, for its orange opal now burned like a ruby. So I put it carefully away in a bureau drawer, and to Cynthia I made the excuse that I had discovered its setting was insecure, and I was having it fixed. No one else, of course, knew enough about it to notice. Breathlessly I awaited news from Westland. Each day I scanned the latest casualty reports for word of his death, as an officer having free access to all data of the Information Bureau. But the days passed, and no news came. In fact, one morning Cynthia showed me a letter she had just received from him. He was well, and apparently on the most intimate terms with her again. Then, when I would have cursed the ring as worthless, that night, suddenly, 3 Zeppelins slid out of the sky and raided London. In the midst of the commotion, the telephone in my quarters rang. Wonderingly, I picked up the receiver. Who would wish to talk to me at a time like this? It was from Cynthia's father. Their home had been struck by a bomb. Cynthia had been killed. With a cry, I dropped the receiver and went to the bureau drawer in which I had laid the ring. Tremblingly, I took it out and held it up. As I feared, the red tint had gone. It was orange again. Then, standing there, I understood. Westland, in pledging his troth, had given the ring to her. It was his no longer, but hers. Its red had been a warning to her, not to him. With a shudder, I put the ring back and slowly closed the drawer. Had I known, had I only known. The end of The Orange Opal by H. Thompson Rich.
The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Nelson. The Mask of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow-men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. The wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to a contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons. There were improvisatori. There were ballet dancers. There were musicians. There was beauty. There was wine. All these in security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And, while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But, in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers, upon occasion of this great fête, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then, finally, of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon the spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall, and the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Alan Lord. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I have been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object, there was none. Passion, there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I'd made an opening, sufficient for my head. I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea. And perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened, through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening, with its dreadful echo, the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He'd been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He'd been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, He had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbour. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I'd been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha ha! When I had made an end of these labours, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbour during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Alan Lord.
Treasure by Alexander J. Snyder. From Weird Tales, April 1925. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Thug, a Physician, and a Mistake. Treasure by Alexander J. Snyder. As the Staten Island ferryboat neared the St. George slip, young Dr. Marsden left his seat in the smoking cabin and went out on the forward deck. His face broke into a smile of recognition as he perceived a trim, soldierly erect old gentleman standing next to the safety gates, as if desirous of leaving the boat as soon as she should be berthed. Marsden made his way to the side of the older man. "Hello there, Dr. Fleming," greeted Marsden. "How are things with you?" "Fine, thank you," returned the older gentleman. "I've just come from the charity hospital." "Did you come across anything worthwhile there?" asked Marsden, interested in any possibilities of finding an unusual case among the dregs of humanity that ebbed through the hospital doors. Dr. Fleming smiled at the younger man's evident enthusiasm. "I came across something good this afternoon," he said. "Biliary case. The man was a sailor. When I got hold of him, he looked like a Chinaman. By the time I was through with him, I took 3. The loud musical clang of the windlass reeling in the hawser of the ferryboat kept the next few words from the ears of a seedy individual who, leaning against the nearby stanchion, had absorbed the latter part of the conversation. As the gate swung aside, he strained forward to catch further words. "Regular pearls. Beauties. I have them with me," said the elderly gentleman, touching his breast pocket. "Well, I'm bound for home. I'll say goodbye before we're separated in this crowd." The eavesdropper grinned mirthlessly as he followed the old surgeon. Bull Evans, at his best, had never made an attractive figure, and now, down at the heel, unshaven, unshorn, and ragged, he was positively repulsive. "Gor blimey if he don't deserve it," he muttered, shaking his head to emphasize the fact to himself. "A gouging of charity patients, that's why. 3 pearls, eh? And orf a chink sailor. A Kanaka, more like. I'll keep my eye on him, thinks I." Following Dr. Fleming to a Stapleton car, he boarded it and settled himself in a far corner. He pulled his faded slouch hat deeper over his eyes and erected a discarded newspaper as a barricade between himself and the eyes of the man he was trailing. A block beyond the doctor's alighting place, he swung off the moving car and again shadowed his man. Bull Evans found his vigil irksome, out there in the dark, crouching beneath the window of the doctor's study. The lamp on the desk illuminated a stethoscope, several books, an inkwell, and a desk blotter on which they lay. Beyond the compass of the desk top, the rest of the room was in comparative darkness. The motionless figure of the doctor leaned attentively, eyes shaded from the glare of the lamp, over a heavy tome lying open on the desk before him. At last, Bull Evans stiffened into an attitude of expectation. The man at the desk was pushing aside the textbook and reaching into his inner breast pocket. He brought forth an envelope, opened it, and carefully inverted it over the desk blotter. 3 luscious white objects, the size of peas, rolled out and shimmered softly in the light as the doctor poked them about with an inquisitive finger. He seemed pleased about something as he took a sheet of paper from the desk pad and jotted a few words down. Then he folded the slip, placed it with the three nacreous objects in the envelope, and gave himself up to a mental review of his tactics of the afternoon. Bull Evans licked his puffy lips nervously. He had to have those pearls. He wanted them badly enough to do murder for them. His modus operandi for procuring them came only after considerable knitting of shaggy brows. He turned from the window, shrugged his shoulders with a glance upward to where the dim light shone under the eaves, and with grim purpose strode to the front door. He rang the bell and stepped to one side, awaiting with upraised hand the coming of the doctor. With measured tread the old surgeon traversed the short hall between the study and the front door, opened it, and, seeing nobody waiting outside, stepped across the threshold to the porch to investigate. Like a snake striking, Bull Evans' blackjack descended. Pausing for an instant to ease his victim's fall and drag him inside the hall, Bull Evans darted into the study, snatching the envelope from the desk, and made a panic-stricken departure. He crashed across a picket fence, recoiled, stumbled through the knee-high growths of rank weeds across several vacant lots, and furtively looked up and down the dimly lit and deserted cross streets. Panting with his exertions and pent-up emotions, he hailed a car, rode back to the ferry, and crossed the Battery. He hurried along South Street and paused before a dingy, shuttered sailor's boarding house. Not until he had looked the door of his room, hung its filthy bandana over the keyhole, and drawn the tattered shade to its fullest extent, did he dare to examine his loot. With avidity, his grimy fingers clutched the envelope and drew forth the objects of his desire. He stared at what he saw. Could these dead white, chalky little pebbles be the pearls he had seen the doctor examine? Puzzled, he reviewed his actions of the evening, and assured himself that he had taken the right envelope. At least, there had been no other in sight. To make assurance doubly sure, he looked for and found the slip of paper he had seen the doctor place in the envelope. Uncomprehending, on the first reading of what he saw, he scanned the writing again, and cursed wildly and blasphemously, for the doctor had written, "Memo and specimens for a lecture on calcareous bodies. 3 gallstones, removed from a duet of case 462, Charity Hospital. Note: the pearly appearance of these calculi, strongly apparent at the time of operation, seems to be disappearing rapidly." The end of Treasure by Alexander J. Snyder.
Better Than Men. 2 Dogs by Rush C. Hawkins. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Better Than Men. 2 Dogs by Rush C. Hawkins. In 1877, at his English home, I first made the acquaintance of Max, a fine specimen of a dandy Dinmont dog. He was of the usual size, with brown velvety eyes, very expressive, a long body, tail, and ears, coarse hair of a blackish brown and light tan color, and with short legs, not particularly straight. The ancient Greeks, with their severe ideas regarding lines of beauty, would not have called him beautiful to the sight, but notwithstanding his looks, he was to all who knew him well, very beautiful, for he was a dog of marked intelligence and superior moral character. So fine was his sense of integrity that a most delicious and canine-tempting bone might remain within his reach for days without his touching it, no matter if he were ever so hungry. His usual daily occupation commenced with a very early walk with his master. Then, in regular order, after the family and guests had breakfasted, the butler would give him his napkin, folded in his own private ring, which he would carry from the dining room to the kitchen, where it would be spread upon a table, slightly raised from the floor, arranged for serving his food. After the morning meal had been eaten, his napkin would be refolded, and he would return it to the butler. The same routine was always repeated for dinner. His time, until evening, if possible, was devoted to his master, of whom he was exceedingly fond, but he would sometimes walk with the guests when told to do so by his master, to whom he always appealed when invited for a promenade by a stranger. Every day, after dinner, when the family and guests had assembled in the drawing-room, Max would insist upon giving his regular daily exhibition, and there was no peace from his importunities until he had completed the usual performance. His master always carried with him from the dinner-table a biscuit, which in the drawing-room he would hold up and say, "Max, I have a biscuit for you. Can't you give us a little dance and a song?" Whereupon he would commence to turn around upon his hind feet, at the same time doing his best in the direction of singing a very doleful sort of a song, all the while looking exceedingly grave, the result of his abnormal effort. This part of the daily program was so exceedingly comical that it always excited unbounded applause from the audience. The dance would go on until the master called out "Enough," when the performer would stop and look imploringly into his master's face, as if asking him if he might continue the performance, which consisted of his master going through the motion of firing, accompanied with a noise which passed in the doggish mind for the explosion of a gun, and was a signal for the actor to fall down apparently dead, with eyes firmly closed and keeping perfectly quiet. In this position he would remain until his master told him to come to life. The biscuit would then be given him, and that would end each day's work, by which he, we may infer, believed he earned his daily bread. With passing time my little friend took on the garb of age, and a few years before his end became totally blind, and among the most pathetic sights I ever witnessed were his attempts to see his friends. I had been so many times at his home that he had come to know me almost as one of the family, and at each visit, after his loss of sight, as the carriage drove up to the front door, when recognizing my voice as I spoke to his master, he would always put his paws upon the steps of the carriage and wag me a hearty welcome, at the same time trying his best to see me. His career ended in November of 1883, when his master buried him near a garden gate, put a neat wire fence around his grave, and planted flowers over his remains. And now those who may chance to go to Donnington will find embedded into the garden wall a handsome marble slab, with a mortuary inscription and a verse composed by his kind master engraved upon it, which runs as follows: Max, died November 1883. If ever dog deserved a tear for fondness and fidelity, that darling one lies buried here. Be mourned in all sincerity. One bright morning, in the month of November, 1879, the front door of my house was opened, and there came bounding through it, and up the flight of stairs, the most vivacious, clean, and inquiring little dog imaginable. As soon as he arrived upon the second floor, calls came to him from several directions at the same time, and he did his best to answer them all at the same moment, all the while barking and dancing around in the most frantic and delighted manner. Within 5 minutes after his debut, he was perfectly at home and upon the best of terms with the entire household. The name of this new member of the family was Fizz, and his alleged place of nativity, Yorkshire, England. In other words, He was a pure Yorkshire Terrier in descent, a mixture of blue, light gray, and silver in color, in size a little larger than the average dog of that breed, and, as one of his dog expert friends often remarked, he is one of the doggiest dogs of his size I have ever known. This was literally true, for there never was a more manly and courageous little animal. In his prime, his bravery was far beyond the point of reckless indiscretion, and any dog whose appearance did not happen to please him he would attack, no matter how large, or under what disadvantageous circumstances. The severe shakings and rough tumbles of today were forgotten by the morrow, which found him ever ready for a new encounter. The red letter events in his active life occurred in Madison Square, which he would enter as though shot from a catapult, and woe of woes to the unfortunate plethoric pug which might happen to pass his way. It was his habit, when he saw one of these stupid and helpless unfortunates, to ring on full steam and board him head on, midships. For a few seconds after the coming together, there would be visible a comical mixture of quick-moving legs, tails, and ears, and a frantic attempt on the part of the astonished pug to emit a wheezy sound of alarm, followed by a condition of most abject submission. Fizz, standing over the prostrate body of his victim, head erect, tails and ears stiffened with pride of victory, made a picture of doggish vanity, once seen, never to be forgotten. These scenes, in the warm season, were almost of daily occurrence, much to the chagrin of many pug-loving dames. Fizz only amused himself with the innocent pug, for he never was known to offer to bite one, but he was always savagely in earnest in his demonstrations of detestation of the face-making, ever-yelling, average street small boy, and he had no special love for the undersized butcher's and grocer's assistant, whom he delighted to attack whenever he could waylay them in a dark passage between the kitchen and front basement hall. Some of these attacks were so sudden, fierce, and unexpected, and were attended with such a volume of snarls and barks, that the grocer's boy had been known to drop his basket of eggs and run as if pursued by a terrible beast of huge dimensions. As the subject of this sketch took on additional years, he accumulated much knowledge, and by the time he had accomplished the mature age of 6, he was far more wise than any serpent the writer had ever known. He had never been taught to perform tricks, nor had been in any manner trained, but by his own observation he had managed to pick up a world of useful information, which proved of great value to him. Among his acquirements, he had learned how to make known in an original and intelligent manner all the wants of a well-bred dog. He could tell those around him when he desired to go up or down stairs, call for water or food, ask to go out, and give a note of warning when a stranger was coming up the street steps. But he was never known to bark at the like approach of one of the family or a friend. One of his undeviating customs was the morning call at the chambers of his master and his mistress, when he would first make himself known by a very delicate scratch upon the door. If not answered, then another and more vigorous scratch. Still no response, then a gentle bark of interrogation, and then, if the door was not open, would come a most commanding, full-voiced bark, saying as plainly as possible, "Why don't you let me in?" These gradations from the lesser to the greater in effort and tones, all in the direction of asking for a certain thing, proves conclusively the presence of powers to reason developed to a considerable degree. Fizz was selfishly interested in 3 things: a walk, cats generally, and dogs particularly, and no conversation relating to these could take place in his presence without exciting his active attention. When these subjects were being discussed, he would leave his couch and go from one conversationalist to another, looking up into their faces in the most inquisitive manner, all the while making a great mental effort to understand exactly what they were saying. His most remarkable manifestations of intelligence would occur at the time when his master and mistress were about to leave their home for their usual summer absence of about 6 months. On the first 2 or 3 occasions of this kind, he came to the carriage to wag a good-bye. Later, he must have arrived at the conclusion that certain preparations meant a long period of loneliness for him, and then, from the commencement of putting things away and packing boxes, he would appear very much dejected. No more cheery barks and frisky wags, but on the contrary, he would show great depression of spirits, and finally, when the time arrived for the carriage and for carrying out the baggage, Fizz would hide in some out-of-the-way place, there to nurse his grief, undisturbed and unseen. The subject of this sketch reached the ripe old age of 11, with all functions and faculties unimpaired, save sight, which, we are compelled to record, was totally obscured. I happened to be with him when he came to the painful realization of his great misfortune. It was during his accustomed late-in-the-afternoon walk. Failing to find his way along the sidewalk, he had stopped, while I, without seeing him, had passed on, but only for a short distance, when I was attracted by a most pitiful and grief-stricken cry. I looked around, and there was my poor little friend and companion, sitting close to the lower stone of a flight of steps, with his nose pointed straight up to the heavens, and crying as though his heart would break. I hurried to him, took him gently in my arms, and carried him to his box, which he hardly left for many days. His grief was so intense that he refused to eat or be cheerful, and made very faint responses to the most affectionate advances. Within a week or more, however, he began to resume his interest in affairs, having, no doubt, like human beings similarly afflicted, through process of reasoning, become reconciled to his misfortune. If he had been a man instead of a dog, he would have had an easy chair, a pipe, and, in his moods of vainglory, fought his many battles over and over again. But, as he was only a dog, he found his way about the house as best he could, varying occasionally his dull routine by a short promenade over the paths which were once the race-track of his wild and gleeful prancings. And thus he passed on to that everlasting night, from whence no dog, whether good or bad, has ever returned to wag a solution of the mysteries which have puzzled the minds of many generations of wise and philosophical dogs. End of 2 dogs.
The Vow on Halloween by Lillian Huntley Harris. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Vow on Halloween by Lillian Huntley Harris. It was Halloween, the time of revelry, when mysticism holds full sway and hearts are supposed to be united beneath the magic glow of dim lanterns. It was a time of apple bobbing, fortune-telling, and masking in motley raiment, the whole glamoured over by the light of wishing candles. Amid such scenes, no one ever thinks of tragedy, but it trends apace, sometimes, among the gay revellers, and many a domino or cowl covers that which would make the staunchest heart quake, and is different from the gay exterior, as darkness is from light. The lanterns glimmered, and the vari-colored lights shading and darkening with the winds that sowed through the beautiful old garden where the fete was held. The pergolas, standing whitely aloof from surrounding density, made wonderful trysting places for the age-old stories of love to be whispered. "You have made me very happy tonight, Audrey," a deep voice was whispering. I think that all my afterlife will be a paying of gratitude for this moment of bliss, when you would vouchsafe no word of hope, not even one of pity. I felt hopeless, broken. Life seemed as senseless as a stupid rhyme. But now, dearest, life's cup is filled to overflowing. His lips met hers in a lingering caress. For a moment, the lantern seemed to flicker and dim. A slight shudder ran over her slender frame. She freed herself gently. "I cannot expect you to understand, Arthur," Audrey replied, "why you were kept waiting. The silence encompassed the whole of the earth and sky to me. It has been a frightful reality which my tongue refused to explain until today, and my mental anguish has well nigh swayed my reason. A year ago tonight I experienced a terrible ordeal, more uncanny because it seemed impossible for me to shake off the pall of it. It has changed the course of my life. For a year I have lived the life of a senseless thing, a piece of clay, merely breathing, eating, sleeping, but with no soul left me." Her voice trailed off into nothingness, and for a while both were silent. He was awed by her utterances. His arm tightened around her. "Poor Audrey," he whispered, "you must have worried yourself needlessly. Is not illusion a sort of night to the mind which we people with dreams?" "It was no illusion, Arthur, but grim reality. But last night a dream came to me which seemed to awaken my dead sensibilities, cut loose the spell under which I was living. In it I was commanded to tell you all." Gently he caressed her. "Tell me what you wish, dear, and nothing more. Remember, hope is better than memory. I am listening." "I shall tell you all. Toil suffered, so nothing shall be withheld. My troubles began when my father had financial reverses. I gave music lessons to eke out a meager income. About this time Rothschild Manny came into my life. He loved me at sight, as intensely as I loathed him. One glance from his slanty, shifty eyes was sufficient to set me cowering in my chair, and if his hands but touched mine, cold chills chased over my body. He was like some demon waiting his chance to spring upon his prey. Imagine my dismay when my parents immediately began insisting on my marriage with this monster. His fortune would retrieve ours, and would regain the position we had lost by financial reverses. The horror of it! After one lengthy argument, I felt my brain reel, and I fell upon my knees, crying and imploring my father to spare me this ordeal. He was obdurate and insisted upon my consent. Finally he sent for Manny, placing my hand in his, and gave me to him formally. But not once did I encourage him, and he seemed to change into a veritable demon. His eyes would become crafty as he looked at me, and his face assumed an expression of sardonic intensity. One day, the day that is seared into my memory, 1 year ago tonight, he sought me out. I was alone in the house, my father having gone to the lodge. Manny was trembling under some terrible emotion. "Your welcome does not shine forth from your eyes, my dear," he said, as he seated himself and took my hand. With a gesture of horror I jerked it away. The motion seemed to infuriate him and deepened the intensity of his eyes. "I came to take you driving," he said, with a quick intake of his breath. "The night is lovely, and my new car is without. It will be yours when you are mine." There was a steely intensity in his gaze directed upon me. "I don't care to go," I said quietly. "Pray reconsider. I may be able to persuade you to feel differently if you give me a chance." Here I interrupted. "I will do nothing of the sort," I cried. "I will go nowhere with you. I want nothing to do with you, and God willing, I will never be your wife." My words infuriated him. He was under some powerful influence of evil. He seized my wrist and jerked me out of my chair, shook me violently. My senses reeled, and I must have lost consciousness. All I remember was being held up by main force, those horrible, evil eyes boring malevolently into mine, while he shouted in my ear, "Remember, young lady, you will drive with me yet. Maybe not now, but some day. This is not a threat, it is a declaration, and neither stars, moon, nor heaven itself shall deliver you from it." I was thrown violently upon the floor. Merciful oblivion came to me. 4 days I was ill, not knowing, not caring what happened, craving death to relieve me from the sinister influence and deliver me from the effect of that horrible vow on Halloween. When I recovered, I learned that Manny, driving his car that day madly, had lost control and had come to a horrible end. His evil influence seemed to hold me drugged in its power. I longed to die, but death does not come to one who craves it. I lived, a piece of senseless clay, until you came to me, and when I looked into your eyes, I felt that heaven had been kind in denying me my desire. My heart, my soul went out to you, but I couldn't let you know. I could never become your wife with that terrible vow sounding in my ears and that terrible power controlling me. Then yesterday, in the dim watches of the night, a dream came to me. A voice spoke and said, "Love beyond price is yours. Take it and cherish it, lest this priceless gift be withdrawn." I awoke happy, myself once more, grateful that life had come to me again. She nestled close, and his hand caressed her hair. "My darling, how you have suffered! My whole life shall be spent in keeping you free of the mirage of this terrible experience." "Beg pardon," a suave voice interrupted, and a cowled figure drew near. "This is my dance, I believe. Is it not too warm to repair to the ballroom? I have my car here. A spin will refresh us both." The cowled figure bowed low. Audrey glanced at her card and arose with a little laugh. "You will excuse me, Arthur, won't you? It seems that this august domino person has prior claim." With a light hand on the newcomer's arm, she was lost in the crowd. The music from the palm-shaded orchestra stirred forth, hummed, throbbed, and sobbed into a soft requiem. 2 days later, some belated wayfarers came upon a young woman who seemed unable to move from her seat in an automobile. Upright beside her was a skeleton, whose sightless eye sockets even then bore into the soul from which the light of reason had fled forevermore. Manny had kept his threat. And in the old moonlit garden, under the white pergola where he had lived his one moment of bliss, a figure fell, turned into sudden clay, as the smoking weapon could testify. The end of The Vow on Halloween by Lillian Huntley Harris. The Woman Who Cursed a Man by Harold Ward. From The Black Mask, December 1921. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Woman Who Cursed a Man, by Harold Ward. Madame Blavatsky, the world's greatest tragedian, was dead. They found her in the cold gray of the morning, lying upon the floor of her drawing-room, her beautiful face twisted into a look of horror, her great brown eyes wide open, glazed, protruding, her red lips purpled, blackened, swollen, set in a sickening grin. Her dress had been torn away from the rounded shoulders, the shoulders that had been toasted and raved over by 1,000 critics. Between the breasts was a great red gash where the angry knife had entered. There were dark marks of fingers on the skin of the milky neck. The long, slender hands were torn and bruised, twisted out of shape, the flesh scratched as the rings had been brutally pulled from the fingers by the assassin in his eagerness to escape. An open downstairs window showed how entrance had been gained. Yet there were no marks of feet in the ground beneath. It had rained during the night, and the earth would have retained the footprints had any been made. The drawing-room showed no signs of a struggle. Not a piece of furniture was disturbed, not a rug out of place. But several drawers pulled out, their contents scattered carelessly about the floor, showed that a hurried search had been made for valuables. But aside from the rings torn from Madame's fingers, and possibly several less valuable trinkets, nothing of value had been taken except the life-size painting of Madame in the role of Lady Macbeth. The painting by Rumley, which had created such a furore at the Paris exhibition 5 years before, had disappeared, frame and all, from its accustomed place on the wall. The servants were questioned. None could throw any light on the affair, none save Felice, the maid. During the night she had heard the voice of her mistress raised in an agonized shriek of horror, the sound of a fall. Then her mistress had exclaimed in tones so tense, so vibrant, that they caused the chill to creep up and down her back and every nerve to tingle with fear. "Oh, Mother of God, help me! Please help me! Can no one hear me? May my spirit never rest until it has driven you to confess." The voice had stopped suddenly with a choking sound of gurgle. She, Felice, had pulled the covers over her head to drown it out. Why had she not summoned help? She shrugged her pretty shoulders. Did the officers not know that Madame suffered from insomnia as a result of a nervous attack that had driven her from the stage? On such occasions she was wont to assume the role she had played in years gone by. And there was another shrug of the shoulders which spoke plainer than words. Madame was, like all great artists, temperamental. When buried in one of her characters, she sometimes reached a high pitch of excitement. For safety's sake, it was not always best to interrupt. The other servants, although they had not heard Madame's cry, as described by Felice, corroborated the maid's story of the nocturnal roles. They had learned by experience to keep their distance. In the servants' quarters it was hinted that at such time Madame's unstrung nerves drove her almost mad. Add to this that on the night of the murder there had been no moon, and that the street lights in the vicinity had been put out of commission as a result of the storm of the day previous. And you have the story in a nutshell. 2. The career of Madame Blavatsky had been a spectacular one. Whence she came, no one knew. Reams of speculation had been written, speculation pure and simple, for Madame was decidedly reticent in regard to her past. All the press and the public knew was that she had suddenly appeared in the offices of Richard Rainey, Broadway's most successful producer, a rarely beautiful woman of almost middle age, with the face and figure of a queen, and demanded a tryout in the Shakespearean revival he was planning. Something about her caused the busy man to accede to her demands. 2 hours later he, the best judge of things theatrical in America, had proclaimed her the most wonderful tragedian of modern times, and had signed a contract with her at her own terms. A month later her fame had spread to the ends of the earth. Then came 10 years of stardom. A nervous breakdown was followed by permanent retirement. For 2 years she had lived a sequestered life, refusing to see even the friends of her former life, denying herself to all. Possessing more than the usual artistic temperament, the house which she had purchased in which to spend her declining years was one which reflected the strange, odd character of its mistress. Erected prior to the Revolution, it was set in the midst of a spacious grounds, surrounded by an ancient iron picket fence, and almost hidden by trees. It had once been pretentious, but decay had claimed it for many years. 2 stories in height, its deep, narrow windows heavily shuttered. Over its sides a tenacious ivy plant, climbing almost to the tottering tower. It seemed to be slowly moldering into nothingness. Yet withal it possessed an air of mystery and silence which appealed to the world-weary heart of Madame Blavatsky, and she bought it on sight. The exterior remained unchanged. The interior, save for the installation of modern furniture and conveniences, was as it had always been, dark and gloomy, charged with mystery and the flavor of hidden panels, of romance and tragedy. 3. The day after the funeral of Madame Blavatsky, Richard Rainey went into voluntary bankruptcy. On the day following, Amos Spaulding, the well-known attorney, notified the officials that the last will and testament of the murdered woman was in his possession. Important litigation in another state had taken him from the city. He had been too busy to read the papers. Upon his return, he had learned of his client's tragic death, and was ready to assist in bringing the assassin to justice in any way possible. In the presence of a dozen police officers and reporters, the will was opened and read. Drawn up a scant 3 months before, and witnessed by 3 attachés in Spaulding's office, it was a brief document. Its preamble stated that the madam was possessed of no kin of any kind. The servants were remembered with small bequests, amounting to perhaps $10,000. The remainder of the estate, which the testatrix estimated at nearly $500,000 in money and jewels, was left to Richard Rainey, her former manager. The signature was genuine. Of that there was no doubt. And the reputation of Amos Spaulding was above reproach. He was not the sort of man to be involved in any crooked deal. Rainey was the most surprised man of all. He stated emphatically that he had not seen Madame Blavatsky in 6 months. Had he known that he was to be the recipient of her bounty, he certainly would not have taken advantage of the bankruptcy laws, but would have staved off his creditors until he was able to settle with them and re-establish himself upon a firm business foundation. Because of the bequest, the police grilled Rainey, which, under the circumstances, practically amounted to accusing him of murder. He countered with a cast-iron alibi. On the night of the murder, he had not left his apartments. but had remained at home going over his accounts and preparing for the bankruptcy courts. His statement was corroborated by Hoskins, his valet. Hoskins, however, complicated matters by stating that he had admitted a heavily veiled woman shortly after 9 o'clock in the evening, and that she had not yet gone when Rainey dismissed him at 11. At Rainey's orders, he had placed a cold lunch on the sideboard, and had then retired to his own quarters in the rear of the 10-room suite. He did not know at what time the veiled woman had left. The servants at the home of Madame Blavatsky stated that they had retired to their own quarters shortly after dinner. The only exception was Felice, whose night off it had been. She had returned from visiting a friend between 10 and 11, coming in by the servants' entrance. It was always Madame's orders that on such occasions she should go to her own room, the Madame preferring to prepare herself for bed rather than run the risk of being disturbed should she fall asleep. Since none of Madame Blavatsky's household had seen her from the time dinner was served until her body was found next morning, the police worked on the assumption that it had been she who visited Rainey on the night in question. Just what they expected to gain by the assertion they did not state. The press, however, made a great deal of the incident. To complicate matters, Rainey refused to divulge the name of his fair visitor, asserting angrily that to do so would compromise the name of a good woman who had visited him purely upon a matter of business which was no affair of the police or public. Whereupon Fanny Fox, who had been a comedian in one of Rainey's defunct companies, came forward and tearfully admitted to being the woman in question. She was willing to run the risk of ruining her reputation, she stated, rather than see Rainey suffer for a crime of which he was innocent. She had gone to Rainey's apartment disguised at his request, she stated, because he was back in his salaries with all his players. She had known the manager for years, and he wished to settle with her without the others knowing it. They had been hounding him to a degree where he was afraid to go to his offices. Consequently, when he had telephoned to her earlier in the evening, asking her to visit him and talk matters over, she had veiled herself as he asked. Rainey's alibi was complete. A week later, he took the police into his confidence and asked for their help. Where was the money Madame Blavatsky had willed to him? In her signed statement, she had admitted to being worth nearly $500,000. The book of the First National Trust and Savings Bank showed that they had had nearly that amount invested to her credit, up until a week before her death. At that time, she had suddenly asked that her securities be converted into cash and crook, though he managed to hold her love and got her to make her will in his favor. Finding himself going to the wall, he asked her to help him, and she drew her money from the bank for that purpose. Meanwhile, he had been secretly married to the Fox woman, and the affair in some way reached Blavatsky's ears. Of an extremely jealous and emotional temperament, she disguised herself with a heavy veil and went to his apartments to denounce him. When she told him that she was through because he had thrown her overboard for a younger woman, Rainey at first begged. Then, hard pressed for money and realizing that she was his last resort, he lost control of himself and tried force. He said he had no intention of killing her. When he had come to his right senses, he had choked her into insensibility and really thought she was dead. The emergency caused him to think rapidly. His apartments are on the second floor, and there is a garage in connection. Running down the back stairs, he got into his car, brought it to the back door, and, covering Blavatsky's body with a blanket, carried it down and drove like the devil to her home. The absence of lights aided him, as did the darkness of Blavsky's grounds. Arriving, he carried the body into the house, letting himself in by means of her key. Realizing that he could be no worse off whatever happened, he commenced ransacking the place for money. About this time she recovered consciousness. He imagined that she was about to yell for help. Probably she was. And he seized her again. He choked her. She grabbed a paper cutter from the table and tried to fight back. But in her weakened state, she was no match for him, and he killed her with her own weapon. It was when she was dying that she shrieked out that curse that the maid heard. He hastily threw open the window, jerked the rings from her fingers, and escaped through the door to his machine, and got back to his own place unobserved. That is why there were no marks on the ground beneath the window. When he found himself up against it, he admitted his guilt to the foxwoman. She lied in order to provide him with an alibi. I had a hunch that I might get him to make some misstep if I took him out there tonight. There was a storm brewing, and it was an ideal night for ghost stories. That's why I phoned for Cassidy to hustle out there and remove all the bulbs from the sockets before we arrived. I'll admit, though, that I pretty nearly talked myself out of ghost stories waiting for that extra flashlight battery to burn itself out. I underestimated it by half an hour. Most men have a streak of superstition in them, even if I haven't. But then, I never committed murder. I guess that I was pretty nearly as badly frightened as he was, though, when I saw the madam coming at him as the lightning flashed. You see, she had a picture of herself as Lady Macbeth on a secret panel that had been hidden in the old house. Why she had it turned to the wall at the time she was killed, I don't know. But, by any rate, Rainey, in stumbling, pressed his hand accidentally against the button. The panel turned just as the lightning flashed, and it looked as if she were rushing straight at him, her hands reaching out for him. Sure, she had money hidden in a secret closet behind the panel. I brought it back with me. No, I'm not superstitious, Chief. But remember that curse she put on him? Well, the way things happened just as they did, maybe Sir Oliver Lodge may be right after all. The end of The Woman Who Cursed a Man by Harold Ward.